One of the things that's going to help to bring this about is the independence of Africa. One of the only reasons that we in the West have never organized, we have hated our image and our African image. And because Africa has been in the hands of people who have created an image of Africa that's negative and hateful. And it has been hateful to us. We haven't wanted to identify with it. But now that Africa is getting independent and in a position to create its own image, and it's a positive image, those of us in the West look at the African image and see how positive it is. We begin to identify with it. We become proud of Africa, and we become proud of our African blood, our African heritage. And this is what is beginning to make the Africans in the Western Hemisphere today develop more race pride. And as this race pride develops, then it has a tendency to make us want to unite together and work together. And your Western imperialists and colonialists consider this to be a grave threat.
Because what you're saying is it's okay for us to live in the dirt, in the gutter, in less than human conditions, but it's not okay for us to tell people that we're living in these conditions. Everything was cool, you know. The ghetto was okay. It was habitable until we started talking about exactly what were the repercussions of living this type of lifestyle. What happens when you live in this kind of environment? What type of person it changes you into? Now all of a sudden it's like you can't talk about that. But this is what we live in. We don't have a choice. You know what I mean? It's either we really kill people, do dope, sell dope, and have murders and do all this crazy stuff, or we talk about the fact that we got so close, man. If it wasn't for this rap thing, we would really have to do A, B, and C. You know what I mean? And that's not good. That's not nothing to look up to, but that's the truth. That's how it is, you know. Every human being inside your chest or your stomach or whatever, we all given from God the survival instinct. And everybody has to live. Self-determination. You have to live. You have to be able to live and survive and live like a human being, not like an animal. So whatever it takes to live like that is what happens, whatever it takes. If you put Bob Dole in those conditions, he would do the same thing. So would C. Dolores Tucker. If she wasn't so rich, she didn't have the pearls, and she didn't have the NAACP backing her up, and all these conventions and coalitions backing up, and she was by herself, and she was on welfare, she would love our music, because she would know what this music breeds. She would know where we from, what we talking about. But from where she at, she can't understand and not understand where they coming from, because now that I got money, it's hard for me to hear a lot of the stuff that we got to listen to. But I can't be a hypocrite, though. I got to understand it's only a few dollars that's keeping me from being that right there.
The truth, as I hope, sincere hurts, but truth must be told.
Right. That's right. See, you the man.
We,
Wake us up.
the Holy Quran teaches us that Allah says, we have created the heavens and the earth in truth and made it a guarded canopy. This means that the heavens is not left without protection. He made it a guarded canopy.
Right.
Don't feel free to exercise your wickedness everywhere. We did not make civilization on these other planets wicked like you.
That's right.
Don't try to visit them.
Yes, sir.
They don't know anything about your way of life.
Right.
I will hide them from you, and I will bring you to your doom.
Yes, sir.
You shall not know them. They don't belong to you. Their wisdom is not of you. You would like to get over and find whether or not that they're able to make war with you. You want to start trouble. But the distance is too far. Distance is too far. You won't be able to learn their language. We know it, but you shall not know how to contact them.
Right.
We have 7 inhabited planets. We have 9 planets with life on it. You don't know that. You just learn to study and try out astronomy. Just less than 500 years ago. So what do you know about what's going on in worlds that is from 36 million miles to that of 4,600,000,000 miles from the sun? You don't know nothing about those. And the time now, the clock hand, hour hand, and minute hand is on 6. And you can't go over to 7. So your day is done.
Right.
And the Holy One said, if you try to climb up there and get a hearing, you'll find a flame of fire waiting for you. Made to the God eternity. I'm after you. The Bible teaches you that God is after you. When your time is
We
up.
see the people in the east on the rise, and the people in the west on the decline. That is, the dark world is rising, and the white world or western world is having its power curtailed. This is happening, and it's happening every day. Even in take right there in Saigon, in South Vietnam. Don't you realize that 20 years ago, those little people over there didn't have a chance? All they needed was a battleship to sail up to the coastline, and everybody over there would bow down. Yes, the boss. That's how they said it, same as you said it over here. But not now. Now they don't yes to nobody's boss. They get them a rifle and run boss clean on out of there. The entire East, the dark world, is on the rise. Whether you like it or not. If the dark world rises up, it puts the white world on the spot. It puts the western world on the spot. And it puts you and me on the spot. Why does it put us on the spot? Because although we're in the West, we're from the East. Many black Americans don't realize this. You are not of the West. You are in the West. You're not a Westerner. You're from the East. You're not white. You're in the white world. That doesn't make you white. You're as black as you ever were. But you're just in the white world. And next month they'll come up to show you another trick. They'll come at you and me next month with this Negro History Week, they call it. And during this week comes around once every year. And during this 1 week they drowned us with propaganda about Negro history in Georgia and Mississippi and Alabama. Never do they take us back across the water back home. They take us down home. But they never give us a history of back home. They never give us enough information to let us know what were we doing before we ended up in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, and some of those other prison states. They give us the impression with Negro History Week that we were cotton pickers all of our lives. Cotton pickers, orange growers, mammies and uncles for the white man in this country. This is our history when you talk in terms of Negro History Week. They might tell you about 1 or 2 people who took a peanut and made another white man rich. George Washington Carver, he was a scientist, but he died broke. He made Ford rich. So he wasn't doing anything for himself and his people. He got a good name for us, but what did we get out of it? Nothing. But it's the same way with you and me. Every contribution we make, we don't make it for our people. We make it for the man. We make it for our master. He gets the benefit from it. We die not for our people. We die for him. We don't die for our home and our house. We die for his house. We don't die for our country. We die for his country. A lot of you all were fools on the front line. Were you not? Yes, you were. You put on the uniform and were right up on the front line like a roaring hound dog, barking for master. And when you come back here, you have to bark when you got back. So Negro History Week reminds us of this. It doesn't remind us of past achievements, but it reminds us only of the achievements we made in the Western Hemisphere under the tutelage of the white man. So that whatever achievement that was made in the Western Hemisphere that the spotlight is put upon, this is the white man's shrewd way of taking credit for whatever we accomplished. But he never let us know of an accomplishment that we made prior to being brought here. This is another trick. The worst trick of all is when he names us Negro and calls us Negro. And then when we call ourselves right, we end up figuring out Negroes. And have never been until we were brought here and made into that. We were scientifically produced by the white man. And whenever you see somebody who calls himself a Negro, he's a product of Western civilization. Not only Western civilization, but Western crime. The Negro, as he is called, or calls himself, in the West, is the best evidence that can be used against Western civilization today. One of the main reasons we're called Negro is so we won't know who we really are. And when you call yourself that, you don't know who you really are. You don't know what you are, you don't know where you came from. You don't know what is yours. And as long as you call yourself a Negro, nothing is yours. No language, you can't lay claim to any language, not even English. You mess it up. You can't lay claim to any name, any type of name that will identify you as something that you should be. You can't lay claim to any culture as long as you use the word Negro to identify yourself. It is heavily nothing. Negro doesn't tell you anything. I mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. What do you identify with? Tell me. Nothing. What do you attach it to? What do you attach to it? Nothing. It's completely in the middle of nowhere. And when you call yourself that, that's where you are, right in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't give you a language, because there's no such thing as a Negro language. It doesn't give you a country, because there's no such thing as a Negro country. It doesn't give you a culture. There's no such thing as Negro culture. It doesn't exist. The land doesn't exist. The culture doesn't exist. The language doesn't exist. And the man doesn't exist. They take you out of existence by calling you a Negro. And you can walk around in front of them all day long from then on, and they act like they don't even see you. Because you made yourself non-existent, a person who has no history. And by having no history, he has no culture. Just as a tree without roots is dead, a people without history or cultural roots also become a dead people. And when you look at us, those of us who are called Negro, we're called that because we're like a dead people. We have nothing to identify ourselves as part of the human family. You know, you take a tree, you can tell what kind of tree it is by looking at the leaves. If the leaves are gone, you can look at the bark and tell what kind it is. But when you find a tree with the leaves gone and the bark gone, everything gone, you call that a what? A stump. And you can't identify a stump as easily as you can identify a tree. And this is the position that you and I are in here in America. Formerly, we could be identified by the names we wore when we came here. When we were first brought here, we had different names. When we were first brought here, we had a different language. And these names and this language identified the culture that we were brought from, the land that we were brought from. And in identifying that, we were able to point toward what we had produced, our net worth. But once our names were taken, and our language was taken, and our identity was destroyed, and our roots were cut off with no history, we became like a stump, something dead, a twig, over here in the Western Hemisphere. And anybody could step on us, trample upon us, or burn us, and there'd be nothing that we could do about it. Those of you who are religious, who go to church, there are stories in the Bible that can be used easily to pretty well tell the condition of the black man in America once he became a Negro, where they refer to him as the lost sheep, meaning someone who's lost from his own kind. That's him, which is how you and I have been for the past 400 years. We've been in a land where we are not citizens, or in a land where they've treated us as strangers. Or they have another symbolic story in there called the dry bones. And many of you have gone to church Sunday after Sunday and got, the ghosts, they call it. What happened? And started talking about it. When the old preacher started singing about dry bones You knock over benches. Just because he was thinking about them bones, those dry bones. That's what I said. But you never could identify the symbolic meaning of those bones. How they were dead because they had been cut off from their own time. And our people here in America have been in the same condition as those dry bones that you sit in church singing about. But you shed more tears over those dry bones than you shed over yourself. This is shows what happens to a people when they are cut off and stripped of everything, like you and I have been cut off and stripped of everything. We become a people like no other people. And we are a people like no other people. No other people on earth like you and me. We're unique. We're different. They say that we're Negroes, and they say that Negro means black, but yet they don't call all black people Negroes. You see the contradiction? Mind you, they say that we're Negro because Negro means black in Spanish. Yet they don't call all black people Negroes. Something there doesn't add up. And then to get around it, they say mankind is divided up into three categories: Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and Negro. Now pick up on that. And all black people aren't Negro. They got some jet black ones that they classify as Caucasoid. But if you study very closely, all of the black ones that they classify as Caucasoid are those that still have great civilization, or still have the remains of what was once a great civilization. And the only ones that they classify as Negroid are those that they find with no evidence that they were ever civilized. Then they call them Negroid. But they can't afford to let any black-skinned people who have evidence that they formerly occupied a high seat in civilization, they can't afford to let them be called Negroid, so they take them on into the Caucasoid classification. And actually, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid, there's no such thing. These are so-called anthropological terms that were put together by anthropologists who were nothing but agents of the colonial powers, and they were purposely given their status. They were purposely given such scientific positions in order that they could come up with definitions that would justify the European domination over the African and the Asian. So immediately they invented classifications that would automatically demote these people or put them on a lesser level. All of the Caucasoids are the high level. The Negroids are kept at a low level. This is just plain trickery that their scientists engage in order to keep you and me thinking that we never were nothing, and therefore he's doing us a favor as he lets us step upward or forward in his particular society or civilization. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Now then, once you see that the condition that we're in is directly related to our lack of knowledge concerning the history of the black man, only then do you realize the importance of knowing something about the history of the black man. And the black man's history, when you refer to him as a black man, you go way back. But when you refer to him as a Negro, you can only go as far back as the Negro goes. And when you go beyond the shores of America, you can't find the Negro. So if you go beyond the shores of America in history, looking for the history of the black man, if you're looking for him under the term Negro, you won't find him. He doesn't exist. So you end up thinking that you didn't play any role in history. But if you want to take the time to do research for yourself, I think you'll find that on the African continent, there was always, prior to the discovery of America, there was always a higher level of history, a higher level of culture and civilization than that which existed in Europe at the same time. At least 9,000 years ago, they had a black civilization in the Middle East. Wasn't even in Africa. In the Middle East, called the Sumerians. Now when they show you pictures of the Sumerians, they're trying to make you think that they were white people. But if you go and read some of the ancient manuscripts, or even read between the lines on some of the current writers, you'll find that the Sumerian civilization was a very dark-skinned civilization, and it existed prior even to the existence of the Babylonian Empire, right in the same area where you find Iraq and the Tigris, Euphrates rivers there. There was a black-skinned people who lived there, who had a high state of culture way back then. And at a time even beyond theirs, there was a black-skinned people in India who were black, just as black as you and I, called Dravidians. They inhabited the subcontinent of India even before the present people that you see living there today. And they had a high state of culture. And the present people of India even looked upon them as gods. Most of their statues, if you notice, have pronounced African features. You go right to India today, in their religion, which is called Buddhism, and they give all their Buddhas the image of a black man, with his lips and his nose and even show his hair all curled up on his head. His hair they didn't curl it up. It was born. He was born that way. And these people lived in that area before the present people of India lived there. The black man lived in the Middle East before the present people who are now living there lived there. And he had a high culture and a high civilization, to say nothing about the oldest civilization of all that he had in Egypt along the banks of the Nile. And in Carthage in northwest Africa, another part of the continent, and at a later date in Mali and Ghana and Tonga and the Moorish civilization. All of these civilizations existed on the African continent before America was discovered. Now, the black civilization that shook the white man up the most was the Egyptian civilization. And it was a black civilization. It was along the banks of the Nile, which runs through the heart of Africa. But again, this is tricky white man, and he's tricky. And mind you again when I say this, it's not a racist thing. Some of them might be tricky, but all of white men are tricky. And his civilization shows his trickiness. This tricky white man that was able to take the Egyptian civilization, write books about it, put pictures in those books, make movies for television and the theater. So skillfully done until he had even convinced other white people that the ancient Egyptians were white people themselves. They were Africans. They were as much African as you and I. And he even gave the clue away when he made his movie King Solomon's Mines. And he showed the Watusis, with their black cells. And he outright admitted in there that they looked like the ancient pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Which means that the white man himself, he knows that the black man had this high civilization in Egypt. Which today the remains show the black man in that area had mastered mathematics, had mastered architecture, had put the building, the art of building, science of building things, had even mastered astronomy. The pyramid, as the white scientists admit, is constructed in such a position on this earth to show that the black people who were the architects of it had a knowledge of geography that was so vast, they knew the exact center of the earth's landmass, because the base of the pyramid is located in the exact center of the earth's landmass, which it could not have been so situated by its architect unless the architect in that day had known that the earth was round and knew how much land there was in all directions from where he was heading. And the pyramid was built so many thousand years ago that they don't even know the exact time that it was built. But they do know that the people who brought it into existence had mastered the science of building, had mastered the various sciences of the earth, and had mastered astronomy. I read one where one scientist said that the architect of the pyramid had built a shaft that went outward from the center of the pyramid, where in the place where it marked in the sky was the location where a star, a blue star, I think, some color star, made an appearance only once every 50,000 years. Now they say that this architect's knowledge of astronomy was so vast that he evidently had access to histories or records that spotlighted the existence of a star that made its appearance at a certain spot in the sky only once every 50,000 years. Now he could not have known this unless he had records going back beyond 50,000 years. Yet the pyramid is a living witness today that the black people who were responsible for bringing it into existence had this kind of knowledge. And when you read the opinions of the white scientists about the pyramid and the builders of the pyramid, they don't make any secret at all over the fact that they marvel over the scientific ability that was in the possession of those people way back then. They had mastered chemistry to such extent they could make paints that the dye has not, the color doesn't fade right.
First of all, let's get on this white man. When you talk about, is he spiritual? He can't be. He killed all the animals off the earth. He killed the water. He killed the air. He killed all the people off the earth. He killed the earth, and now he's trying to kill space. That's nothing spiritual at all, because he's not one with nature. He's destructive. So that's no contest on where he's spiritual. Now, he don't have that spirituality. That's why you got to keep looking in the Bible, looking in the book, looking in the book, and quoting scriptures. But can you live like a goddamn twat? Excuse the expression.
In other words, you are saying now, then, that our spiritual development reflects our ability to be one with nature and coexist.
That's right. Now, you asked the question, if we have the actual ability to be spiritual, why are we oppressed? The reason why we are oppressed is not because we don't have the ability to be intellectual. We can be intellectual, and if you notice, black people fill every position in the world except vice president and president. Everything else we got. That ought to let you know, and we could probably run the presidency better than the white man because we're going to be fair about it. Whereas his president is based on exploitation, because you don't get in that chair now unless you take an oath with the Illuminati and be one with the New World Order. But let's deal with this. The reason why we have been oppressed because we're thinking we need to be the best we can be based on the intellect that the white boy gives us, which is only 33 degrees of what he learned from us in the first place. But we don't understand the reason why we're oppressed is the simple fact that we have lost the aspects of spirituality. Now, when we still say black people are more spiritual, no, you were talking about based on fundamentalism, how you feel. Yes, the spirit is in you. That's called edukare, to draw out. You got the 360 degrees in you. But that's to draw out. But what we're talking about here is when you go into the fundamentalism, yeah, you reading the Bible, and yes, there's something spiritual in you that makes you even better than the white Christian, but that is not even tapping into the real spirituality, because most Christians, when you start talking about real spiritual things, astral planes, Buddhic planes, etheric planes, the Devashanic planes, the hierarchy of Sirius, disappearing, living underwater, living under the dirt, not breathing, not eating, never eating again in your life, then they say you're crazy. So it's one thing to talk about spirituality and to have what you call religious ceremony. It's another thing of transforming yourself to another level. Now, back to the one little thing before we get off this here. Why are black people oppressed? Because black people have lost the physical and spiritual abilities to be none other than God, because it is not written in your law that ye are God. So what is the black man capable of doing? The black man is not just capable of running a doggone society. We've done that before, and the white man just copying us and doing a bad job of it. But black man is capable of running the universe, and everything you see the animals that can do out here, black people can do. We can fly, we can shake shit. So we're talking about a whole other consciousness. Now, the key to the whole thing is this. This is the key on why we have failed. Number one, the vibratory rate had fallen, and so it was inevitable. We was going to fall anyway, because that's the process of devolution. Just like the earth goes to sleep and things, we go through a transformation stage where we go through a metamorphosis and we go through a hibernation stage. Because we are spiritual people, and we are earth's people, and we are cosmic people, and the cycles of time, you go into hibernation stages as well as rebirth. So there's a darkness period, so it was going to come anyway. You see what I'm saying? The key why we cannot make it and why we are oppressed, because we are thinking that success in this society is to be like the white boy as far as running the society, and that is the lowest level of society. We're only basing that off materialism, and materialism is the lowest part of the planet, of the cosmos. The physical plane is the lowest part. That's the dead part. But we have gone through the materialistic part. That's what we have when we see the physical structures of Egypt. Now it's time to go back to the spiritual part. So we have outgrown what you know of as physical life on this planet, but by us being spiritual beings, because we have a black God in us, it's time for us to go to the other level on which we were when we first came on the planet. You see. So we didn't come on the planet as physical beings in what you see Egypt. We came on the planet as spiritual beings, and we went into what you call Egypt when the vibratory rate slowed down. That was our physical existence, and we lasted for a couple of thousands of years in the physical. But now it's time to go back to the spiritual on what we first did when we came into the planet, when we were the gods of the universe. So we have outgrown this. So now we understand the reason why the white boy is trying to hold on to all of this, for the simple fact he is only on the physical level, and he can't get to that level because he don't have the black dot. He doesn't have the chaos, black dot of the chaos. But we do. So now what's happening with black people are following white people, and we're thinking we needed economics, we need all of the things that we have outgrown. We have gone through that stage. We don't need that anymore. Now, the Brotherhood is saying it's time for you to take back your planet and be the rightful rulers. That's the same thing when you look at the gods in Egypt and what they used to do. Or either look at the Greek gods. Real key. Because see, what you don't realize, the Greek gods come from Egypt. And when you look at what Zeus and Apollo and all them used to do with those particular stories, or with Isis and Osiris, that's the stuff that we do. Because the gods is nothing that we're talking about a race of people who fell. You see, from the universal prime creator. So now if the Bible says, is it not written in your law that ye are gods? A God is not supposed to live like the white boy. We're supposed to live better than that. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, so this is what's going on at this particular time. You see, we have outgrown this. There's another stage that we're trying to go with, and nobody's dealing with that. But everybody is still trying to deal with the physical illusions. And the physical illusion is death. What you know of as life on this planet is actually death. And what you know of that you are calling dead is actually life. So the people on the other side are saying, we're the ones that's living, you're the one that's dead because you're not using 1/10 of your damn brain power. So therefore, there's a whole other realm. It's almost as to say that we're asleep and we're still trying to transform this physical by trying to transform the physical by doing physical and social and political and economical and mundane things. Whereas you transform the physical by going into the room, going into your mind and going into another room. And when you go into another room, what you think is the physical is the illusion, and that disappears. That's called Maya in India.
Let me see if I can sum up and get back to these temples.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a good student.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's how we
All I can do is to go over
Yeah.
this stuff.
Right.
I want the temples. We were talking about the purpose of these temples. We had established that these were temples were actually learning centers.
Exactly. Transformation.
Transforming one from their lower or their physical into the spiritual plane. Now I want you to do two things. I want you to tell me what were some of the things that one would actually be able to do. We've alluded to them. We've alluded to one priest who had spent 40 years, who had matriculated, graduated, was a high spiritual being who could actually cause it to rain. I mean, I want you to talk about some of the things, even though it may seem impossible to us, what one would be able to do as a priest in Egypt. And also explain to us, one who was on that higher level, you've already alluded to it, that it's cyclical, and it was time for us in terms of the cycles of nature to go to sleep, so to speak. But do two things. Kind of allude to what, so we can get a picture of what we were in terms of how we lived within nature, what we were able to do. The process then of that stepping down, of that falling.
Falling.
And allowing then a lower entity to come in. Because this is the question that all young people ask. They say, damn it, if we once ruled the world, if we were the black men that we say we are, how do we let this white man we call a devil, this little imp, how do we let him rule us? That's the question. And until they can understand that, they can't make the next step to transformation.
First of all, the missing link is because when most Afrocentric scholars start off, they start with Egypt. Egypt is the way station. That's like starting American history and starting off with let's say, start on American history, and you say this is the introduction to American history, and you start off with the 1960s. You see what I'm saying? you got over damn near 200 years that you have taken out. Well, starting off with Egypt is actually like starting off and leaving out almost 1 million years or more of development. But it's real key with Egypt because Egypt is the documentation on the earth of that 1 million years of development. But most of the people who start off, they thinking that it's just 2,000-3,000 years old. This stuff goes back further than that. They are dating the temples, but the temples in actuality where the actual physical structures may be 2,000 or 3,000 years old, or a little bit older. But the actual inscriptions and the hieroglyphic inscriptions on the temples go all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria. We just showed that because we now got the carbon dated stuff from the South Pacific that's got Anpu, and that's an Egyptian god. So now, first of all, we need to know what were we before we got into this stage.
Yes.
At that particular time, we had complete contact with the gods. You had what is called detail files that you go back and look at these movies. Anytime you see these science fiction movies, a science fact. Everything that you see, Superman, Batman, or you see the Predator, you see the Predator, you see the Terminator doing, that's what we could do. We had what is called detail files, which is called cosmic memory. So all the child had to do was to remember the cosmic memory. He had a library in his head. Not only did he have a library of knowledge in his head, he had the ability based on the black dot, which is the same stuff that is in the cosmos, to whatever he thought in his mind, he could make a reality, both in the physical and the spiritual. All what you see on the spiritual level is an idea. That you take a thought and you slow the vibrations down low enough, they'll come into physical matter. That's why the Holy Kabbalion, which is a part of the Tehutian literature, say the first law of nature is not self-preservation. That's a primitive man shit. The white man had to self-preserve himself for the simple fact he ain't got long here. He's on a linear perspective. We are secular people. You see what I'm saying? So, the first law of nature is the law of vibration. Everything in the universe vibrates, and what you see in the physical is slowed down vibrations. Now, based on our spiritual centers that is up, we could think a thought, and we could manifest that thought. You see what I'm saying? And we can manifest that thought. So that means, when we're talking about what, you say, what certain things we do, even when I explain the certain things that we can do, in actuality, I'm explaining limited things, because if you got full use of your mind, and the universe exists in the mind of God. And since is it not written in your law that ye are gods, John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36, then that also means in actuality the universe exists in the mind of man. That's the black dot, the universe be. So, if the universe exists in the mind of man, then what we were saying, anything that you see they talk about in comic books or on science fiction and fantasy movies and different things that you call supernatural, superficial, you used to could do with just thought. So now what happened is, this earth fell into a lower density sphere, and the vibratory rate slowly went down to its lowest point. And based on the lowering of the vibratory rate, the deeper we fell into degeneration. So therefore, you couldn't do the same thing that you used to could do a couple of thousand years ago, or a couple of million years ago. So therefore, the Egyptian temples used to come in, and that's why the temples was made then to bring the priest back up to the level on where he could use all of his brain and tap into the particular science of what he used to could do when he was the gods of Atlantis. So at one time, you used to have detailed learning, detailed files in here, the Akashic records and cosmic memory, and also cosmic ability to do what you want to do, whereas you didn't need so much of the physical because it was all inside of you. If you want to go to other planets, you could do that. If you could live up under the water, you could live up under the earth, you could do anything, you didn't have to eat, you could have sex on the astral planes, anything you wanted to think of in your mind, you used to could do that. And that's what we're going back
this
to now.
again points out the essential contradiction.
This is gonna
in
be
you.
the
And I
first show
said
we
contradiction,
made.
and
Yeah.
there is a contradiction, right?
I know it.
He preaches against materialism, but fills his garage with a Rolls Royce, a new Cadillac, a new Lincoln, a new camper.
2 Rolls Royces.
2 Rolls Royces.
Now, I'll tell you another thing. Now, I wish he was here, the man who wrote it.
Well,
I
you know
preach
it.
against material things.
Yes.
When have I ever preached anything against material? I don't preach against material things. I teach our people and our religion that heaven is not on earth. I say heaven is not up in the sky. I mean, heaven is on earth. Hell is not underground. Hell is on earth. The white man has told you heaven is in the sky and hell is underground, and he takes everything in the middle. He's got all the factories, all the hotels, all the motels, all the electric, the land. I say heaven is a good condition on earth. This is what we preach. I don't preach against material things. And another reason I have material things, not because I want them, not because I see a watch today I want to buy in the Hilton Hotel. The watch costs $6,000. I'm getting the watch for a reason. I have my Rolls Royces for a reason. I have the things I buy for a reason. Black people in America, I'm ready for you. Black people in America do not respect, even the world, people, the average man out here. Why am I on your show? I whoop George Foreman. Why can I get up and talk so bold on TV? Because I'm the heavyweight champion? If I was just another nigga out there working, I wash some dishes, and my opinion don't mean a damn thing. I know that.
Right.
But let me tell you another thing. Why do I buy pretty cars? Because all of the educated people we're trying to convert into the Islamic faith. The thing is, you all don't have nothing. Elijah Muhammad Ali used to have a little old house, a real old house, trying to be humble, and all the Negro preachers of Christianity will say to their followers, how can Elijah Muhammad be from God? He lives in a shack. Shouldn't God be able to bless him with a nice home? He wanted to be humble. He could have had a big home. He drove a little old car in his younger days trying to be humble. But they think you don't have nothing. People don't respect you when you look like you don't have no money. So I got to buy diamonds. I got to be the heavyweight champion. I got to have a Rolls Royce. So when I pull up to that other black man with a Rolls Royce, hey, my brother, come on down to the Muslim temple today. I want you to hear the sermon of Allah. It was a pretty car. Where that watch come from? Oh, my man. Come on over. And they listen. You got to have something. Most people will join a church. You get a Catholic church, any kind of church, and build a church and put gold seats in it, put diamond carved speakers on the wall, put carpet in that church, and watch how many followers you will have in your church. Let another man preach a better word of God, let him have a little house with a storefront, and he won't hardly have no followers. People are, in this world, we love wealth. They respect people with money. So I have to buy these things, line them up. I'm fixing up a home in Chicago, English-style house, 14 bedrooms, 60 years old. It will cost $1 million to build. I paid $100,000 for it. I'm putting all new furniture from Beirut, Lebanon. It's going to be a plus house. I'm never at home. But when I invite people over to talk to me, and they ding, punch the bell, dong, 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 dong. And my chauffeur come and door, oh, yes, Mr. Ali, be out in 20 minutes. I have to sit upstairs for 30 minutes and make him wait so he'll appreciate me. I don't run the door. I don't run right to the door and answer him. You go to meet Queen of England, I bet you. You don't walk right in and meet the Queen. You sit there for a while, and they take you to this room, and you sit there. Queen's probably sitting there watching the news. But make you wait. Make you think about what you're going to do. You go meet a president of a country. You don't go meet the country. They show you what he's building. They let you see what he's doing. And then when you meet the president, you realize who he is. So I'm trying to convert. I'm trying to wake up my people and help them. So I have to have these things. Otherwise, I'm broke. He's a Joe Louis. His managers take all his money. He made $5 million. He don't have nothing. Now, that's why you...
There were three people involved in the crime that was committed against us. The slave trader, the slave master, but the third one that they don't tell you anything about, the slave master. You read about the slave trader, and you read about the slave master. In fact, you know the slave master. We still in his name. But you never read the history. In history, part played by the slave maker. You can't make a wise man a slave. You can't make a warrior a slave. When you and I came here, or rather when we were brought here from a society that was highly civilized. Our culture was at the highest level. And we were warriors. We knew no fear. How could they make us slaves? They had to do the same thing to us that was done that you do to a horse. When you take a horse out of the wild, you don't just jump on him and drive him, or put a bit in his mouth and use him to plow with. No. You got to break him in first. Once you break them in, then you can ride. Now, the men who ride it is not the men who break them in. It takes a different type of man to break them in than it takes to ride it. The average man that can ride it can't break them in. It takes a cruel man to break them in. A mean man. A heartless man. A man with no feeling. And this is why they took the role of the slave maker out of history. It was so criminal that they don't even dare to write about it, to tell what was done to you and me to break us in and break us down to the level that we're on today. Because when you find the role that that slave maker played, I'm telling you, you find it hard to forget and forgive. You find it hard. I can't forgive the slave trader nor the slave master. You know I can't forgive the slave maker. People weren't brought right here to this country. They were first dropped off in the West Indian Islands, in the Caribbean. Most of the slaves that were brought from Africa were dropped off first in the Caribbean, West Indian Islands. Why? This was the breaking in grounds. They would break all kinds of tactics of breaking them in. They bred fear into them, for one thing. I read in one book how the slave maker used to take a pregnant woman, black woman, and make her watch as her man would be tortured or put to death. One old slave maker had trees that he planted in positions where he would bend them and tie them, and then tie the hand of a black man to one and the hand to the other and his legs to two more. And he cut the rope. And when he cut the rope, that tree would snap up and pull the arm of the black man right out of his side. Pull him up into 4 different parts. I'll show you books where you can read it. They write about it. And they make the pregnant black women stand there and watch as they did it, so that all this grief and fear that they felt would go right into that baby, that black baby that was yet to be born. It would be born afraid, born with fear. And you got it in you right now. Right now, you still got it. When you get in front of that blue-eyed thing, you start to itching, don't you? And you don't know why. It was bred into you. But when you find out how they did it, you can get it out of it and put it right back in there. No, I'm not talking racism. I'm not talking racism. You can get it out of it and put it right back in there. No, I'm not talking racism. I'm not talking racism. They used to take a black woman who would be pregnant and tie her up by her toes, let her be hanging head down, and while the baby, they would take a knife and cut her stomach open, let that black unborn child fall out, and then stomp its head in the ground. I'll show you books where they write about this. I name them to you. Slave Trade by Spear, From Slavery to Freedom by Pope Franklin. Negro Family in the USA, Fraser touches on some of it all night long. Anti-slavery by Dwight Lowell DeMond. I cite your books all night long, where they rate themselves on what they did to you and me, and got nerve to say, we teach hate, because we're talking about what they did. Why, they're lucky. Really, they're lucky. They're fortunate. Slaves used to sing that song about, my Lord's gonna move this wicked earth and raise up a righteous nation that would obey. They knew what they were talking about. They were talking about the man. They used to sing the song, Good News, the Chariot is coming. If you notice, everything they sang, those spirituals were talking about going to get away from here. None of them wanted to stay here. Only one, you the one sitting around here now like a now on the law, want to stay there. You're supposed to be educated in here. You're supposed to know what's happening, you know. They're not supposed to know what's happening, but everything they sang, every song, had a hint in it that they weren't satisfied here, that they weren't being treated right, that somebody had to go. The slave maker knew that he couldn't make these people slaves until he first made them dumb. And one of the best ways to make a man dumb is take his tongue, take his language, Even a man who can't talk, what do they call him? A dummy. Once your language is gone, you are a dummy. You can't communicate with people who are your relatives. You can never have access to information from your family. You just can't communicate. So, and also if you notice, the natural tongue that one speaks is referred to as one's mother tongue. Mother tongue. And the natural intelligence that a person has before he goes to school is called mother wit. Not father wit. It's called mother wit because everything a child knows before it gets to school, it learns from its mother, not its father. And if it never goes to school, whatever native intelligence it has, it got it primarily from its mother, not its father. So it's called mother wit. And the mother is also the one who teaches the child how to speak its language. So that natural tongue is called mother tongue. Whenever you find as many people as we who aren't able to speak any mother tongue, well, that's evidence right there. Something was done to our mother. Something had to have happened to her. And they had laws in those days that made it mandatory for a child to be taken, for a black child, to be taken from his mother as fast as that child was born. The mother never had a chance to rear it. The child would be brought up somewhere else, away from the mother, so that the mother couldn't teach the child what she knew about itself, about her past, about its heritage. It would have to grow up in complete darkness, knowing nothing about the land where it came from or the people that it came from, not even about its own mother. There was no relationship between the black child and its mother. It was against the law. And if the master would ever find any of those children who had any knowledge of its mother tongue, that child was put to death. They had to stamp out the language. They did it scientifically. They found any one of them that could speak it off on its head, or they would put it to death. They would kill it in front of the mother, if necessary. This is history. This is how they took your language. You didn't lose it. It didn't evaporate. They took it with a scientific process because they knew they had to take it to make you dumb, or into the dummy that you and I now are. I read in some books where it said that some of the slave mothers would try and be tricky in order to teach their child, who'd be off in another field somewhere. They themselves would be praying, and they'd pray in a loud voice and in their own language. And the child in the distant field would hear his mother's voice, and he'd learn how to pray the same way. And in learning how to pray, he'd pick up on some of the language. And the master found that this was being done. And immediately he stepped up his efforts to kill all the little children that were benefiting from this. And so it became against the law, even for the slave to be caught praying in his tongue if he knew it. It was against the law. You've heard some of the people say they had to pray with their head in the bucket. Well, they weren't praying to the Jesus that they're praying to now. Then the white man lets you call on that Jesus all day long. In fact, he'll make it possible for you to call on him. But you were calling on somebody else then that he had more fear of. And in your calling on that somebody else in that other language, that caused him a bit of fear, a bit of fright. They used to have to steal away and pray. All those songs that the slaves taught or sang and called spiritual had wrapped up in it some of what was happening to them. And when the child realized it couldn't hear its mother pray anymore, the slaves would then come up with a song, I wish I couldn't hear nobody pray. Or the song, Motherless Child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Father gone, motherless child sees a hard time. All of these songs were describing what was happening to us then in the only way the slaves knew how to communicate, in song. They didn't dare say it outright, so they put it in song. They pretended that they were singing about Moses in the land, go down Moses. They weren't talking about Moses and tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. They were trying to talk to each other over the slave master's head. Now you got a hold of the thing and you believing in it for real. You really, yes, I hear you singing go down Moses, and you still talking about Moses 4,000 years ago. You out of your mind. But those slaves had a whole lot of sense. And everything they sang was designed toward freedom, designed toward going back home, or designed toward getting this big white ink off their back. Finally, we got to where we had no language, no history, no name. The white man named us after himself. Jones, Smith, Johnson, Bunch, and names like those. We couldn't speak our own language. We had none. And he then began to teach us that we came from a jungle, where the people had no language. This is the crime that he committed. He convinced us that our people back home were savages, animals in a jungle. And the reason we couldn't talk was because we never had a language. And we grew up thinking that we never had one. And in the meantime, while he was working on us, his brothers in England, and in France, and in Belgium, and in Spain, and in Italy, and in Germany, was working on the African continent. While he was working on us over here, they were running wild on the African continent, stomping out all signs that ever there was a civilization over there. Making slaves out of them over there too. And by working together as partners, the man on the European continent, in cahoots with this white man on the American continent, succeeded in taking over Africa and Asia and the entire world, while we went to sleep. And then in 1865, he came up with a trick pretending that he was fighting a civil war to set us free. But he wasn't to set us free. He came up with another trick that he was issuing an Emancipation Proclamation to set us free, which it wasn't to set us free. And then he came up also pretending that he was putting some amendments to the Constitution to set us free, which it wasn't to set us free. And then later on he came up with a Supreme Court decision which he said was to give us free access to better education, which it wasn't to do that. And then last year he came up with a bill that he called also to give us more freedom, which it also wasn't to do that. Any man who will know the level of civilization that we started out on and came from, any man who knows the criminal deeds that was done to us by his people to bring us to the level that he's been on for the past 300 years is so deceptive, so deceitful, so criminally deceitful, that it is almost beyond his nature or desire to come up with anything meaningful that will undo what has been done to us over the past 300 years. It is absolutely necessary. Anything that is done for us has to be done by us.
You see, in what spiritual the Honorable Elijah Muhammad makes a point that you were righteous by nature. And what does that mean? You don't have, the animal out here that you call inferior don't have to have no moral code on the way he goes about life. It just is. You understand what I'm saying? The dog don't have to read no Bible. He don't have to have that type stuff. It just is. The Twa people, case in point, Twa people, the Dogon, some parts of the Dravidians, your people in the South Pacific, your people in the rainforest down in South America, indigenous people. They don't need no moral code of certain things to make them have a good moral behavior throughout life. They are one with nature, and it just is. You see what I'm saying? If something is innate, see, when we talk about righteousness, there's got to be a paradigm of righteousness in the get-go. Well, where did this paradigm of righteousness come from? Did it come from God? Yes. But is it not written in your law that ye are gods? Yes. Well, most of the stuff that you see that's the paradigm of righteousness was actually a carbon copy on how we behave. So what you call in righteousness when you talk about mythology or your moral scriptures is nothing but a carbon copy of what you used to do. And what humans have done, humans can do. See what I'm saying? So it's a form of the nature. That's why when I read this heretical prior to the British Museum that's talking about the white man, they say he has a restless nature. And as a result of us falling so low, we now have a program and a trained behavior. And that's not our rightful nature. There's certain things right now in our lowest state that black people do that's still righteous that the white man copies as the model of humanity or the model of moral authority in this country. Black people, even in their dead state, is the moral of humanity in this country. If the white man want to legitimize something in this country, the first thing he does is he want to legitimize something that's wrong. He go and get a white black person to be in it, so therefore he can legitimize it. Because he knows he is the apex and the epitome of what is not. You see. So some of the things was just our nature. Now let me get into one other part. We're going to get into two parts on why we had to fall, and how else what happened when we fell. When we fell, the chakra centers, the pineal area, the black dot, and all of the crown chakra and the spiritual wheels of light in us closed down, because the earth steadily fell deeper and deeper into the third dimension, which is the lowest form of the physical. And the physical trapped all of the spiritual stuff, and that stuff stopped operating. So what we used to use as cosmic memory, we had to go to a mathematical equation to think up cosmic memory. That's where geometry, astronomy, astrology, trigonometry, reading, writing, and the 7 liberal arts came into being to mathematically equate what we had gotten rid of that was natural nature, the cosmic stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Now, why did all this, this is where your mystery system came in, to learn the basic 7 liberal arts, and then to go into spiritual attainment to get the priests back to that level. And then they understood that they couldn't, all the people in the world couldn't go to that Christ level, so the priests ran the society and made sure that the moral structure that they put in the scriptures is what the masses of the people would behave like. And that's where you have moral code come in. It came in as a remembrance of what you used to do when you were gods. Because the moral code is to follow up to be one like God. I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like the Lord. Well, who is the Lord? The Lord is what you used to be like before this thing fell. That's where moral structures came in. So we talk about a level of degeneration when you say, where's the moral code? You understand? Now, what happened? Based on a war in heaven, they had to, in order to redeem and to save a certain part of the universe, they had to, what they had to do is they had to take a planet and bring it down so low until it would go through actual literal hell. Now, why? Why is this? Why? Why do we have to go through hell? You understand that there's a part of the universe that is so high and so righteous until it did not know the lowest depths of evil that there was. So in order for it to go any higher than what it is, the cosmos, the heavens, it has to go to the lowest part. So they chose a people, well, part of our people chose a group of the race to do that. And part of that is this particular solar system. And the lowest part of this solar system is the Earth. That's why the Earth is more physical than the other planets. That's why it's got the water on top and all of the land, and most of the people live on the outside. A lot of people live on the outside, even though there are people that live on the inside. You see what I'm saying? But the Earth is the lowest part, case in point. Get you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Show you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah, which will explain. These are the different levels of the planets, but the Earth is down here called Malkuth. Then you have Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, and all the other ones. You see, like that. Okay. The Earth is down here, which is the lowest part. Which means the Earth had to go through the lowest degeneration period in anything. So the vibratory rate was supposed to speed down. So therefore, when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria, we stayed there for a couple of thousand years, maybe 1 million. And then it had to degenerate even more. Then Egypt came on, which is still high in today. Then we stayed a couple of thousand years, and then the vibratory rate went down even lower into what you got now. And that was conducive for the white man to live on the planet. Now, the key to this is this. Why so low? Why? Because they say that the people on earth are going to take the supreme head of the heaven. Why? Because we have totally forgotten who we are. We got cultural amnesia. We don't know who we are as a people. Even a roach knows what a roach is. Even a gnat knows what a gnat is. Even an ant knows what an ant is. Even a grain of dirt knows what the dirt is. The only thing in the entire universe, the omniverse, that don't know what it is the black man and the black woman, mainly on earth. And to even go further than that, in the hills of North America. So because you have gone solo, you now, there's nothing in the universe that you haven't traveled, because you went to the bottom. So you're the only one that is actually qualified to take the supreme head. You see what I'm saying? to take the supreme head. So we had to go that low. So it's just like a bouncing ball. If you take a ball and you bounce it, a little bit of force, when it comes up, it might go this high. But if you bounce it with the most supreme force of gravity, with the low vibratory rate, it'll go the highest when it bounces back up, based on the force. So it's about like that when it comes to involution and evolution.
When we talk about the black dot, and I am going to let you go back in, this is a segue back into the temple, by the way. When we talk about the black dot, if you would explain, because maybe some of our listeners do not understand in depth what we're talking about with the black dot, how it is related to the pineal gland, and how that is related to black people and white people, and why you say that white people do not have the black dot or the gate, the star gate, why they cannot ascend to a higher level. And then, if you will, I want you to segue that into the temple in which it is laid out like a man, so we can actually see where the Egyptians understood these deep mysteries, and they even build these temples to relate to and to teach specifically from the design of the temple itself.
Okay. All right. First of all, we understand that if you are in the image of God and it is not written in your law that ye are gods, then what the supreme level of the cosmos that you call, that is the black substance that make up the stars and make up all the other stuff, which is the supreme essence of what God is, because in the core of every star is the black substance. But that make those stars up is the black substance. So what you see out there, the white boy call it dark matter in science. What you see out there with blackness is actually something. And it is the essence of God. It's called the primal materia, or the great works. But if you are in the image of God, you also have the black substance in you. And because you are black, that is an indication that you do have the black substance. Because Beth means house. Ham comes from Cam, that means black. Bethlehem means the black house. And the sun in Bethlehem, which you call the Christ, is also the black house that you got. You got a sun inside of you, which is also called a star in Bethlehem. The physical star in Bethlehem was the star Sirius that you saw. The other star in the Bethlehem that you see right here, because this is the house, was the star Sirius that's in you, which is also the sun in black that you call the in Bethlehem that you call the black dot. So it is the gateway, and it is the Son of God that is in you. It is the Son of God that is in the Son of God, because we are the heirs of God. But there's something on the inside of you that not only are you on the physical level, but there's a link that is the difference in you from being only on the physical level, is there's a doorway in you that not only makes you on the physical, but it links you to the cosmos as well. White people don't have this black dot, so therefore they're only on the physical level.
Why don't they have it?
They have, why don't they have it is because in our form of degeneration, it was inevitable that we could not take ourselves down that low, because gods can only be at the nature of God. So therefore, based on the vibratory rate, some of us invented, this Yakub, that I got the historical researches of Yakub, some of us invented, a European based on gene splicing. But anytime you got the original prototype that comes through nature and spiritual attainment of the cosmos, and then you go in and make another prototype from that, I don't give a damn how well you make it, it's not going to be as good as the original. It's just like that oil. You could take perfumes and make perfumes all day, but it's never going to be as original as the oil that the perfumes are made from. That's the concentrated, potent stuff. Well, in the case of Europeans, we now have actual evidence that I'm going to get into with a particular temple of Abydos that has the documents of the European being created. And we'll give the historical documents on that for the people that don't believe. Based on that, what you have is, this particular European is a created person that we created. And as a result, he does not have the full manifestation of the essence of what we are. So even in our creation, even though we can create a person that can function on the physical level, Because we created him on the physical level, it doesn't necessarily mean he can function on the spiritual level. So as a result, what you have is you have a person that is conducive to the physical level, and based on a certain amount of lower energies, because the physical level is on such a low vibratory rate, he can be conducive to the physical level and all aspects of the physical, and all, which is the lowest level. But he cannot be conducive at the highest level because he was never created from the highest regions. But we all were. And our sperm and our stuff is created from the highest regions. Whereas him, because he's created on a lower level, his sperm and the actual spiritual energy, or the energy that's coming to make him into his essence, which is energy on the inside, comes from lower astral planes. Where our origin comes from the highest astral plane, they call the Jiva-Shanic plane, or they call the melanin realm. So the reason why they don't have melanin is because we were created out of melanin, and they were created out of gene splicing in the physical world. And part of that, they gene spliced, part of they grafted not only genes from us, but they grafted genes from an ape. But even the ape is more spiritual because the ape is in its rightful habitat, and it does things nature-wise. But the European is grafted, and this is why it looks like an ape with the same hair and all this type of stuff, but it's something of only lower material matter, which I'll go into that particular part. So therefore, the supreme part that makes us God, which was created in heaven, is the black dot, which is that link, that doorway. Because it was only created on the physical realm, it does not have the black dot and cannot have the black dot. And now the difference between some white people is some white people are miscegenated black people that still have the black dot. And you got 80%. You have 15% of some white people that have the black dot. Those are not white people. Those are black people that look white.
Now, when we talk about the black dot, we're actually talking about a pineal gland that's not calcified.
We're talking about well, that's the physical element, is a pineal gland that's not calcified. But the black dot is called the dark night of the soul, which means in actuality it is the soul. Okay. So when you talk about this particular, that it is the soul. Now when you talk about this particular not having the black dot, means in actuality you have lower astral energy that can be mistaken for a soul, but it's not the soul. The only reason why you don't understand that it's not a soul is because you are dealing with intellect, and you all, because you can teach a monkey how to do some things. You're dealing with that. Hell, a damn parrot can talk. You're dealing with intellect because it has a brain cavity. It can function, but you don't know what the soul is of. But then again, we know that he couldn't have a soul for the simple fact that any person that has a guilt deficiency. Bobby E. Wright told you that in Psychopathic Racist White People. And any person that is against nature itself, and anything he has killed, and he's defied all the laws, created laws, that means that he couldn't have a soul. He has a guilt deficiency, and you got to realize this about the particular European also too. The European, France and England had a war for 100 years. Now that means in actuality to have a war for 100 years, that means that war is the norm and peacetime is abnormal. So when we talk about peacetime, it's not talking about his nature. And even in his peacetime, he's never at peacetime. He just has a clever way of doing things where he don't have to have physical violence, but he has mental violence and social and political violence. You see? So it's when he does have peacetime, you're thinking that he's being all right. No, he's just got a more advanced way to carry out his particular violent behavior, his destructive behavior. You see? So now, when we talk about that, and we'll get into this white man in a few minutes, historical evidence proved that obviously this man doesn't have a soul. That's just based on history alone. But now we have the archaeological evidence, and because we're talking about the temples, based on the temples of Egypt, we have the archaeological evidence that he's a biological mutation.
You should remember that black could not have been behind white, because it's just impossible to take white out of black. But you can take white out of black, but not black out of white. This makes you be the first. Regardless to what people say, you are the first. Because we can't make this our color from white. No, sir. It has been experimented many times by the enemy to see if he could not claim first too, or equal as first. But he can't do it. It's impossible. Now he's going up. Allah opened up the heavens, as the Holy Quran teaches you, to let him go up there and peep in, and then bring him down to the bottom of hell. Because he's not able to stay up there. He's not able to stay nowhere, only where Allah permits him to stay. Then Allah takes him away from that at will. Anytime he will, he take him away. Oh, the white man go to the moon. Yeah, but what is the moon? It's our moon. He didn't find there where he made anything. No, he didn't make nothing up there on that moon. We made it. Let him go and peep at it. Now he's making instruments to look at the civilization on Mars. Well, when he sees what's on Mars, he won't see no mark of his. It's our Mars, our people, so God have taught me, and that he didn't know they was there until just a few days ago. He used to look at Mars and just call it a star, and that's all. But our fathers made it with some type of intelligent beings, like ourselves. They walk on 2 feet or hinds. They are not animals. They are intelligent people. The marks that we see on Mars is not from an ignorant, silly, uncivilized person. They show signs of civilization. And they look something similar to us, not exactly, but they look similar. They walk on 2 feet, and they're not white folks. That shows you and teaches you that we of this planet, the black man is the first. Since we don't find no planet coming out with a super civilization over us. The Mars people, they have civilization, but it's not equal with ours. So God have taught me. They're not our equal. We are their superior. They are superior in trying to live long time over us. This is just because we got so much sense we're crazy. That's right. We know too much. And we're always is experimenting to know more, learn more. These people, the nature teaches them to be satisfied with what they have been given by God, called nature. So they live, so God taught me, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, 1,200 of our earth years, while we sit around here thinking we live in some time to get 50. That's right. We just live to get 50 years old. We think we have lived a long time. Exhausting the power of our thinking brains before ever that we get in the world good. Too fast. Having so much knowledge that we just exhaust our knowledge of seeking and testing that which we have arrived at higher knowledge before ever we learn the higher places of wisdom and understanding. We are exhausting ourselves, racing with each other. So, my beloved brothers and sisters, I don't want you to think that I am here this afternoon to exhaust your patience. But what I am after trying to do for you, to get knowledge in your head that you never have had.
What we refer today as Judaism, the religion of the Jewish people, reached its full maturity not in Egypt, but according to many scholars, after the first exile in 586 BCE back into Mesopotamia. The need to rewrite history of other people in order to create a cultural superstructure for oneself does neither justice to the one whose history is being rewritten, nor the one who pursues the worthy goal of cultural structures. And therefore, to tie it up, we find most disturbing the factual mistakes that are replete in this transcript, but of more compelling concern, the ultimate dual loyalty, genocidal, militaristic implications of the state.
Genocidal, you say?
In the reference to the biblical genocide, so it appears in the transcript, that is the term that's used, of the children of Israel as they entered the land. I would certainly not subscribe to such a term. The very fact that it does appear attributed to Dr. Ben in the text, we find to be absolutely, again, insulting and unacceptable.
Right. Dr. Ben, what is your response?
By the way, I have to let the rabbi know I'm much as a Jew as he is. Born of a Jewish mother, a Yemenite grandmother, a Yemenite Puerto Rican mother, Ethiopian Hebrew father, Beta Israel, by the way, they call us Falasha for whatever their reasons. Thus, I am as much a Jew as the rabbi or the grand rabbi in Israel, any of the grand rabbis in Israel. Is the rabbi stating here that in the book of Genesis, there is no mention of the extermination, and I use the word genocide, of the 7 tribes of the Amalekites, the Hittites, the Moabites, the Jebusites? He in his own statement stated that this is ameliorated somewhat in the book of Samuel. Everybody saw that. But the book of Samuel doesn't change the book of Genesis. And we remember that Genesis wasn't written first. It was Exodus. It's at the Council of Jamia that they decided to write Genesis. Next, since there is no Jewish race, you know, you have Indian Jews from India, from Kashim Jews, look like any Indian. You have ourselves from Ethiopia. By the way, the rabbi wouldn't forget that it says Moses married the daughter of the high priest of Ethiopia, or Cush. Being a rabbi, he will know this. Second, moreover, about the bar mitzvah, and I went through one like the rabbi went through one at around the same period of time, is the rabbi saying that the bar mitzvah is not a commitment to the people? Isn't the Torah demanding? And I don't talk about the Talmud. Talmud is not Torah. The Torah is supposed to have been written by God or passed down, although it was in fact written at the Sanhedrin. The theory, the mythology, the allegories that it's written by God or passed down by Moses, again, is a myth. That's Jewish mythology, because Moses is dead in around 1196 before the Christian era, whereas the Sanhedrin doesn't release a thing called the Torah until about 700 before the Christian era, which was written from 700 before the Christian era to 500. It took 200 years. there's a commitment in anybody, that any child that's been bar mitzvah, and when he's talking about circumcision of women, that is strictly Western, and it has nothing to do with orthodoxy. Using the word orthodoxy to mean something. There have been a circumcision. It cannot be a circumcision of girls. But anyhow, let us continue. The point is that in the bar mitzvah, it commits the boy. Wait, if you commit yourself to the community, there's a call to return to Israel. There's a call that every child, I went through it, that you must come back to Israel. If that isn't a fact, the rabbi can say what he wants. His position or the ADL position of fear of this. Then let's look at the behavior. It's just like saying today, you know, one time the rabbi, I don't know personally, but the ADL and all the other Jewish organizations one time didn't even recognize that we exist as falashas. It is something in America. American Jews have decided that they're going to speak for all Jews. And not only for all Jews. You remember they said blacks and Jews. I'm black and Jewish. You're white and Jewish. You're European. You're of European Jewish ancestry. I'm African Jewish ancestry. No more claim to Israel than I have, because there's no Jewish race. Okay, let me continue. The rabbi he says that Abraham, he points to Judaism coming from Abraham. Then I said that the rabbi obviously have not read the 10 Commandments and their source. Moses is not until about 1346 before the Christian era, 49 years after the death of Amenhotep IV, otherwise known as Akhenaten. Every one of those 12 so-called commandments, and that Moses is supposed to have gotten at Mount Sinai. By the way, Mount Sinai is still in Egypt, in Africa, hasn't gone any place. Now, those 10 commandments weren't gotten by Moses. Because I'm Jewish, don't mean that I have to follow the mythology. When you go in any of the major tombs in Egypt, you find those 10 commandments plus 32 more, otherwise referred to as the negative confession. Am I to believe that Moses was born in Mizraim, Egypt, about 1346 before the Christian era, went to school there, become a priest, at age 85 or around there, decided that somebody mistreated his people, and that in every school in Egypt, you had to recite the negative confession, 42 laws, of which they said, I have not killed man or woman, I have not stolen this, I have not, every one of the so-called 10 commandments is already stated. That Moses didn't see it. I would like the rabbi to tell me, where does it show that Abraham taught any of this? I would like the rabbi to tell me, before circumcision in Egypt, where did the Jews have circumcision? They said that Abraham's circumcision is part of what made him Jewish. Then the rabbi must tell me, the worship of the golden calf, which they call the golden calf, isn't that the worship of Hathor, the goddess Hathor? We could go on down.
First slave ship to come here was piloted by an Englishman named John Hoffman. And John Hoffman's ship was called Jesus, the good ship Jesus. And this is the boat that used. It's in history. They used Jesus to bring them here. And been using him to keep you here too. When our people got here and found out what they had gotten into, they didn't want to stay. Many of them started looking for that ship that brought them there. And the slaves have a whole spiritual which they sing, steal away defeat, steal away home. And you think that they were talking about some man that got hung on the cross 2,000 years ago, whereas they were talking about a ship. They wanted to steal away and get on board that ship that was named Jesus, so that they could go back home on the mother continent, the African continent, where they had been tricked and brought from. But you got poor Negroes today who have been brainwashed. You see them sitting in church talking about steal away to Jesus. They talk about going up yonder, dying, and getting born from there. Showing you how your mind is all messed up. They were talking about a boat. Or they used to sing the song, you can have all this world, but give me Jesus. They weren't talking about that man that died supposedly on the cross. They were talking about a boat. You can have this world, this Western world, this evil, corrupt, run-down, low-down Western world, but give me Jesus, the boat. But give me the ship, Jesus, so I can go back home where I'll be among my own kind. This is what the spiritual came from. But they got it in the church today. That old dumb preacher has your mind, yes, dumb preacher. Has your and my mind so messed up, we think that Jesus is somebody that died on the cross. We sit there foaming at the mouth, talking about you can have all this world, but give me Jesus. And the man took all this world and gave you Jesus, and that's all you got. It was Jesus.
The temples were nothing but great universities of learning. They were also places of worship, but then again, you got to realize that they didn't separate education from religion. There was no such thing as a religion in ancient Kemet. It was an Egyptian educational system. And there was no difference between spirituality and education. There was the science of God and the science of nature. And you learned it all for 40 years. So the priests used to, these were their training centers for the priesthood, like UCLA and different things. But it was also temple worship for the people that lived in Kemet also too. So what went on there? Anything from spiritual operations, physical operations, spiritual learning, physical learning, well, you know, rote learning, and spiritual worship. Now also, it was interesting because the Egyptians used to do this. At one time when you lived in Atlantis and Lemuria, what had happened was you used to have this knowledge on the inside of you. Then after the knowledge was shut down. At one time in history, you were in touch with the spiritual world because your spiritual centers was open. Your pineal gland, your crown chakra, your crown chakra, all the other chakras. You got 12 major chakras, but your 7 major chakras, the ones that you see, were all open. So at that particular time, you had direct contact with the spiritual world. So now, there was a certain amount of physical operations and things you did when you got sick. But what happened with operations when you didn't get sick was when they couldn't help you physically. Let's put it that way. When they couldn't help you physically, in physical operations, because now physical operation or physical surgery is the lowest manifestation of medicine. That's the last resort. So at times when it was beyond the priest, because at one time you had correct communication with your cousins on the star system Sirius, Betelgeuse, Regal, Andromeda, and different other places. So at one time you had a certain amount of contact with them. So you just call the brothers up, say, I'm in the third dimension. Even though the vibratory rate hadn't gone down that much, you could get spiritual operations. Well, the Egyptian priests, what they used to do is in these temples, they used to come in and summon the gods, and the spirit would come and do the operation or the particular surgery spiritually and prepare and repair things that the physical person, the physical body wasn't able to do anymore. You see. So this is what you have when you have actual rituals going on now. It's actually summoning the gods to do work that you do not have the manifestation to do, or you don't have the capability of doing anymore because you're limited with the physical thing. So there's a different spiritual vibe that used to go on now. The woman, Shasha McIntyre, said she had lupus in the early 80s or late 70s or whatever. And Dr. Ben told her, said, I want you to come to Egypt with me, Kemet with me, and let's see what happens. And she went there, and she went into the temples, and when she got out, there was a guy standing there taking pictures. And everybody, when they got back to America, they found out that those pictures had actual pyramids over their heads, a spiritual pyramid over each person's head, like a halo. And what it did with her, it cured her from lupus, because she had terminal lupus that she was going to die, and it cured her. Another thing is, one brother went to the temple of Edfu, which is the temple of Heru. And there, in the Holy of Holies, where there's a block where the actual God used to sit on. Now that the God has been removed based on the European and all. And in that Holy of Holies, they got a light that shines over the block, and you can't see it when you're there, but when you take a picture, it gets frozen. And when you get back, there's a light. There's a brother in D.C. that has some pictures of the light that's also in the Holy of Holies that you can't see, not unless your third eye is open or you are psychic, but you can see it, the camera catches it. And so there's all kinds of spiritual things that are going on. This temple of Karnak had 80,000 people at one time there. That's how big it was, but then again, they had 80,000 students, both women and men, but mainly men for the simple fact a woman is the temple, so she didn't need the same kind of training as a man did. Man is a child, and man needs to become more like woman. Woman needs to become more like man. That's balance. So the object of the mystery system was for the initiate to be as small as the smallest man, like the Twa. That's called innocence. And with innocence and humility, God is. That's neutralizing the ego. You understand what I'm saying? That's neutralizing the ego. See, when the ego flares up, the spirit hauls ass. So when you get in a big argument, the spirit leaves. The spirit only flows in calmness and stuff where the humility is. That's a part of God. Look at your woman, the way she takes care of children. That's God. When the child does something wrong, she don't take out a gun and shoot. There's one part of this temple when we're talking about man must be born again. So there was a certain part where the initiate came in, and at certain stages of initiation in the 40-year period he was there. He later on went back up into the Holy of Holies, which was the temple. But the only way you could go in this particular Holy of Holies is you would have had to have gone into the Holy of Holies of your mind, which is the black dot, which is called the beast in Babylon. It's also called the abyss, which is now parts of your book of Revelations was stuff. The book of Revelations is the oldest form of part of the Bible. They took that from the teachings of Tahuti, and Tahuti got it whispered in his ear from Mayat as the form of Sashet. And that particular book of Revelation, some of the terminology in there that you think is negative is actually talking about levels of spiritual development. And your Bible deals with that particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now, this particular Holy of Holies, the temple was symbolic of your transformation as you went into certain parts of the actual, initiation of the brotherhood on earth. But now I want to say this one other part while it's on my mind. There was a brotherhood on earth, and your initiation was this. This is the primary example. You had a brotherhood on earth that you went into the temples, and each part of the temple symbolized what level of your body that you will actually own. The end result was going through the black dot of the doorway in your mind, and also the doorway in the temple, which is the Holy of Holies. The end result and the most supreme end result of what the actual mystery system is about is to make contact with the brotherhood, not only on earth, but the brotherhood in the heaven of the star system Sirius, called the Brotherhood of Melchizedek. So even though we had a brotherhood on earth, which you call a mystery system, which it wasn't a mystery, it was an educational system, and you had a brotherhood in heaven, and you had to make contact with the upper room in your mind, and the upper room of the cosmos, which is the brotherhood. And so the supreme brotherhood was ruled There. In Kemet, it was called Medu-Ra-Atan, which was Melchizedek. His original name is Sutek. Hebrew name is Melchizedek. The Arabic word for the Great White Brotherhood, the Sufi, is called the Kutub or the Kutab. Kutab. You see, which is talking about establishing to the higher levels. Now, you know.
So, all right, let me try to recap. The temples then were places, were universities, we can call them universities, but they were places of learning.
Right.
The initiate, where one went to learn how to be in tune with his higher self.
Higher self.
Man know thyself.
Man know thyself.
Then he learned all of the principles.
Exactly.
Of how to raise his consciousness.
Right.
Where he became. Hey, wait.
Get that, yeah.
Where he became as, where he raised his lower self.
Right.
To a higher spiritual being.
Being, right.
Where then he could be in communication with things
that's
that were not on earth.
Not on earth.
He became one with nature.
One with nature,
so
and one with God.
God within himself.
Exactly.
Was actualized.
Actualized.
And he became, in effect, able to relate in a different way.
That's right.
Nature, as a matter of fact, he
could
understand and he could be one with nature.
Right.
So that if he thought of water, he could become water.
He could become water. And all.
As the Twa now still are able to.
Exactly. You see, the primitive man is more advanced than so-called the modern man. The modern man, which the white man would have you to believe that the modern technological man is more advanced than the primitive man. See, when you got certain push buttons and certain things that you use to get around using the archetypes of your mind, it shuts down mental thought. Whereas if you use nature, your mind, you see what I'm saying? So there's a whole saying that the mystery system would say, full room, empty mind. Full mind, empty room. That means you don't need the physical things around you as much if you got it in the mind. Now, there's another section in the mystery system we need to talk about is the intellectual aspect, which the 7 liberal arts, where you just didn't learn one art, you learned everything. So you just didn't go to college and learn, I just learned computer programming while I was there. No, you learned everything because you had 40 years to do it. So you learned everything. But even all the intellectual advancement that most of the Afrocentric scholars is talking about is still the low level. Because after you learn the intellectual thing, and the intellect is the lowest level of the actual mystery system, then you went into what is called the spiritual aspect, or you learn them both together. So it was both the physical, you have the intellect, and the spiritual, you have the right brain. So the intellect is left brain. The spiritual is right brain. So now, when the brothers say the sisters are not as smart, no, it's just that you are using the mathematical equations, and the sister is using the spiritual equations. And the spiritual is more higher. So therefore, you have to start breaking down this left brain and going into the right brain. You call it female intuition. No, it's the female spiritual ability that you're supposed to have, but you are now using left brain. It is not logic. Now, the white boy always used this logic, and he uses the 7 liberal arts, but he don't understand that there's another spiritual side. But he can only get that part. Now, the worst thing we ever made was the thinking when the white boy got a jump on us. The white boy was saying that I'm just as smart as you are. And so the reason why we couldn't monitor that is because the white boy proved that intellectually we were almost the same, even though we are smarter than him. It takes him a longer time to get to that stage, whereas us, you see, we can do this thing like that. But it's just that they systematically in the school shut us down. You know that conspiracy to destroy black boys, because Jawanza and Jupa. You see what I'm saying? But even in intellect, where the white boy is talking about his intellect and all this stuff he can do, and then like he building these buildings and all this technology. Intellect is the lowest part. Tell the white boy, if you superior, then show me how spiritual you are. Not intellectual. Intellect is low. You can teach a monkey how to do shit.
But what about the people who would come and say, you know, with all the spiritual stuff, I mean, you still are oppressed.
Right, but see,
still not...
Exactly, because the reason why a lot of scholars out here that don't want to deal with Atlantis. Well, number one, Atlantis did exist. It predates Kemet, but now we'll understand now that this was all one landmass at one time. And not only was it one landmass, we also understand that Egypt was one of the capitals of Atlantis. Now we have proof coming from Nexus Magazine, May 1994, where they have temples, a temple of Anubis, or Anpu, in the South Pacific that actually deals with this particular. Here's a picture of Anpu on the wall, if you can focus in on that. There's a picture of Anpu, or Anubis, on the walls in a temple in the South Pacific, and it's saying in actuality that this Kemite mythology, they have carbon dated this, and it dates all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria, which can go thousands and thousands of years. And we're going to deal with also unwritten history today with these particular monuments also too. So these are documents and all based on Atlantis with different hieroglyphic inscriptions and different things and all, and different hieroglyphic inscriptions on this particular article that the white boy is also dealing with. And it also deals with DNA, which is also melanin. You need to get some books too. We always give you references, and some of the best references for that is Atlantis and Lemuria by Rudolf Steiner, as well as for Atlantis. Then you have Lemuria. You would also have The Children of Mu, The Cosmic Forces of Mu, and The Land of Mu, or M-U-Mu, by James Churchward. Not Albert Churchward, but James Churchward. So this is some actual documents. Now that we have documents of Atlantis, as well as a lot of documents are also left in what you would call India, because that was all Indus Kush at that particular time. And so what it is there's nothing new under the sun, as well as only that which has been forgotten. You understand? Now we understand that also in the bottom of the British Museum, as well as the University of Chicago, they have documents on Atlantis, which Kemet went all the way back to Atlantis. We even know now that Osiris was a god of Lemuria. And when we deal with the Sphinx that's over 2 million years old, we'll go into some deeper mysteries also too. Now, for the first thing that we want to start off, with the temple that contains the inscriptions of 90,000 years old. And that particular temple is the temple of, excuse me, let me get this right, is the temple of Dendera. Now, Dendera has inscriptions in it 90,000 years old. Even though this particular temple was one of the latest temples built, it is one of the oldest temples. Why? Because they built this temple off of an older temple that they tore down. And the inscriptions, there was inscriptions in the wall, in a crack in the wall, that told them how to build the newer temple. We're going to treat this very careful, because we're going to treat this particular situation with Dendera with very authenticity, and also we want to treat this very with a fine-tooth comb, because this particular temple of Dendera also indicates where we are going as black people, as well as the temple of Edfu and other things that we're going to get into. Now, this temple of Dendera, what you see here is a remake of the temple of Dendera. And what I mean is I'm going to show you Dendera in its ruins. This would be Dendera in its ruins. Now, Dendera is a place in Kemet, but this is actually the temple of Het-Heru, known as Hathor. Now, this is the ruin part where you see where the 19th century Napoleon artists came in and they redid the actual temple. So what happened was they came in and they drew these temples first. Then they did what you would call the representation of how it would look in ancient Kemet. And this is the remake of that particular temple. The one that would look like how it would look in the ancient Kemet. Now you see heads here of the goddess Hathor, even though the white boy put a little bit of wider noses on, keener noses on them. The noses in actuality were in fact wider noses and all. And I have, let's see, I have a color picture of the temple of Dendera also. This would be a color picture done by an artist by the name of David Roberts. And there's a greater picture, but they don't show this picture much. And it's done, did you get a good view of that? By the artist David Roberts, an 18th century artist that traveled to Kemet and drew the temples before the paint fell off of them. Because each temple was painted white and it had the hieroglyphic of the Medu Neter inscriptions painted. Every last one of those was painted. And this is one by David Roberts, whereas you can actually see the nose is a little bit wider. We'll go into some deeper details in a few minutes. But this particular temple of Dendera that we talk about, it's actually the temple of Hathor at Dendera. Dendera is the actual place in Kemet. And now some people have a thing where they say Greek names and all, but there's no such thing as Greek names. The Greeks, remember, the first Europeans could not talk until Africans or black people taught them. And the first 300 years of Greece was also, black people. So they are the people that taught the language. So in actuality, when you hear Greece, you are hearing fundamental African language. So Egypt, it means Agathos, which means black, is also a fundamentally a Greek language, but it's actually a fundamental African language. There's no such thing as a European language, period. Because even Rome, the first 200 or 300 years of Rome, were black people. So therefore, we understand that even the Romans, remember the European couldn't talk, get Boney's account. You understand where he said we taught them how to speak. So those particular people couldn't even talk at that particular time. So the actual indigenous black people of Rome and Greece taught them how to talk. Now we have evidence on that also. For the simple fact that they had to have detailed art, and you could read these temples like books, and it's written in the stone, and most Christians can't get around that. We could take them right back and show them the origins of the Bible, the Quran, and anyone right in the stone. Now, be sure to note that every temple that I'm showing you is, even though some of this stuff dates back 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years, it's still late stuff. You see. Remember now, we didn't need temples when we were on the same level as what we were when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria, because our Akashic records was open in our mind. And we had cosmic memory, universal consciousness, the Christ consciousness, and cosmic consciousness. We only needed to build the temples as libraries and different things like that so we can read them as storybooks when our third eye and spiritual chakra system shut down based on this third dimension. And the vibratory rate of the earth fell. So therefore, in order to obtain this cosmic consciousness, you had to go to the mystery system in Egypt, which preserved the science of the Akashic records, which was used to be in your mind, but you're getting ready to go back to this now in the later days where you won't even need this stuff. It'll be in your mind. Check.
As to the soul and the belief that it is immortal by nature, this is the crux of 3,000 years of Egyptian civilization. For Egypt was a one-issue civilization. and the immortality of the soul was that to which everything the Egyptians did was consecrated. That preoccupation with, almost obsession with, immortality is what is responsible for the tremendous temples, the tombs, the pyramids, and all of the attention that the Egyptians themselves lavished upon death, which was not seen by them as the end, but rather as the threshold to another level of transformation. That which leads, or which can lead, to the immortality of the soul.
Of the many arcana bequeathed to us by ancient Egypt, perhaps the most important is the least appreciated. It is the greatest secret of all, the book of what is in the duat. It is a map of what to do in the afterlife.
The general understanding among academics is that, well, the Egyptians were afraid of death and therefore constructed this elaborate ruse to con themselves into believing that death was not the end. But just bear in mind the possibility that maybe it isn't. Maybe they knew what they were talking about. If it's looked at from a different point of view, then the whole elaborate exercise takes on the guise not so much of superstition, but as a very elaborated and highly sophisticated manual of instruction. It's a sort of how-to-do-it book on immortality.
Is it possible that they were able to cross the great abyss? Do these tombs represent a technology that allowed the deceased to successfully pass through the gates of the duat? Perhaps even, as they themselves declare, to rule in the afterlife? Where could such knowledge come from? Would it not necessitate the point of view of someone or something that was able to see both sides of the veil? Someone or something that was able to move between realms to share the knowledge of what lie beyond the great threshold of transformation? If we take them at their word, we are presented with a very rare privilege indeed. The pinnacle of a supernatural technology from a mysterious and ancient lost civilization, once reserved solely for the afterlife use of a god-king. These sacred magical texts may in fact be a roadmap of the afterlife, a magical ladder to heaven. The precision and scale of the engineering, the mastery of art, the almost supernatural control over the material world demonstrated by the ancient megaliths and statues is often of a much higher order than we are able to exercise today. Is there any reason to believe that this same degree of technology might not be brought to bear on the primary focus of the Egyptians, the afterlife?
We're in the tomb of Thutmose III, an early New Kingdom pharaoh, and a very great pharaoh. It was Thutmose III who carved out the Egyptian Empire in the Middle East and is often known as the Napoleon of Egypt, which is a bit of an insult to Thutmose III because Napoleon is not necessarily a nice guy. Anyway, in this tomb, we find one of just two complete representations of the book of what is in the Duat. The book of the Duat might be seen as a manual of instruction, a spiritual guide, the traveler's key to enlightenment, you might say. And it provides the information to the deceased pharaoh as to the precise stages that have to be undergone, the precise thresholds that have to be crossed in order to proceed from death itself, which is a threshold in its own right, to rebirth as a divine being, as a new son, as a new Horus.
The Book of What is in the Duat details the pharaoh's journey through the Duat or afterlife. It is a handbook of spells and secrets that allow passage through the labyrinthine gates and thresholds of transformation encountered by the deceased.
Insofar as is possible, we can at least go through the hours and follow the action. So it starts over here with the scarab in a boat that's perched on the symbol that means water, preceded by 3 water snakes that actually represent larval forms, or you might say the first organic living form which cleaves the waters and divides one into 2.
In the first hour, the deceased may expect to be preoccupied with separation. The snakes are associated with separation or division. Seen in this context, they may represent the forces of dissolution or disintegration that become active in the first hour of the Duat. The elemental forces which affect the unbinding of the physical, mental, and spiritual aspects of the self. The beetle between the 2 mirrored supporting figures suggests a consciousness arising from 2 mirrored hemispheres. If this is read as a representation of activity on the physical or material plane, this may be the representation of the brain, the physical vessel of the self, still bound to the processes and pull of the river of time. On the higher register, we see what seems to be an expanded representation of consciousness, made up of several aspects, several passengers.
The form up above in the boat is, you see the deceased within a shrine, ram-headed.
The divine spark of consciousness enclosed within matter is represented by the ram-headed Amun, who is depicted here enclosed within his tabernacle.
And they're in a boat with a number of divine personages. It's that boat that will eventually take the king, in different forms of that boat, that will take the king through the 12 stages or the 12 hours of the night.
The symbolism of a boat on the water demonstrates the consciousness being led through our mysterious interaction with the flow of time, through the landscape of the Duat. Through the hours of the night towards its conclusion, a new dawn and a new day, a new life. Here, the constant flow of time is symbolized as a river, which gently, inexorably leads the inhabitants of the boat through the stages of transformation. The multiple characters riding the boat represent the many selves within us, or, to look at it another way, the many aspects of the self we think of as a unity. With constantly shifting celestial influences, each of the hours of the Duat has its own specific effects, residences, powers, and dangers. We can observe the reflection of this in ourselves as we begin to note which of ourselves is at the helm at any particular moment. We are decidedly different persons at sunrise than we are at midnight. The sun is said to also have these shifting influences as it passes through the hours of the day and of the night. The parallel or correspondence between our consciousness and the sun is another aspect of the maxim, as above, so below. It is the symbolic link that connects the sun with consciousness and the metaphor of the journey of the consciousness through the stages of the duat, through the hours of the night.
In the second hour, in the middle register, the solar bark sets out with the flesh of Ra enclosed in his tabernacle. This time, in addition to the original retinue, 2 cobras in the prow are identified in red as Isis and Nephthys. The personification of magic occupies the place of she who guides the bark.
It is interesting to note that the twin cobras are identified as Isis and Nephthys. Together, they are the personification of magic. Individually, they represent intellect and will. In this we are shown that intellect and will are the primary components of magic. The presence on the bark itself of mind and will, and the explicit information that is here in the duat, that the transformations occur, make it equally clear that a conscious and deliberate spiritual process is taking place.
In the third hour, both upper and lower registers are rich in Anubis and Osiris figures and symbols. The hour is called She Who Cuts Up the Souls. A passage in the text above the third register reads, "This is what they do in the West, roast and hack to pieces the souls, imprison the shadows, annihilate those who are not, who belong to the place of destruction." The text is opaque and enigmatic, but the general tenor indicates a purgatorial region that the solar principle must traverse, a descent still deeper into the earth. The Christian conception of hell with all its demons and its hellfire is in all likelihood derived from the Egyptian, but the Egyptian didn't revel in all the details of the smell of the roasting flesh and the pain of the hacked bodies. Rather, they were expressing, basically what the Egyptians were doing was declaring that the souls of those who hadn't done their inner work, or who obstructed those who were trying to do their inner work, ended up in oblivion. In other words, their names, their identities were obliterated. They weren't consigned to the roasting flames of hell forever, but rather non-existence was considered punishment enough. In the fourth hour, the actual coffin is shown descending into the earth, a schematic that actually represents the tombs themselves. You see the coffin in red, the larval forms in front of it, and the coffin is actually going to its final resting place. In the fifth hour, the coffin over here has come to its final rest in the bowels of the earth. This is the birth of the new sun god in the depths of the earth. The life force bursting from the egg forces the earth above into a bulge. At the nadir of the descent of the solar principle, life bursts from its egg with the potential of rejoining the solar source. The winged serpents no doubt are meant to symbolize this potentiality in one form or another. The egg of Sokar represents the final, the most inanimate state of matter. It's the bowels of the earth. But in the egg itself is spirit, the hawk-headed Sokar, holding apart, again, with the winged spirit and this mysterious triple-headed serpent with the deity at the other end. But the power of immanent life within it. In other words, this represents the power of life to reascend and become spirit. Actually forces a bulge in the earth above it. It's still in the register above that. There's a mound of earth on either side, 2 birds representing Isis and Nephthys, and a scarab underneath, buried in the earth, pulling the tow rope that's attached to the solar bark forward and upward And the sign all the way up above is the little one, the little sign way up here represents heaven. In other words, the power of the entire enterprise is pulling the boat, is pulling the boat heavenward. It's from its resting place up eventually through its stages of transformation to the heavens.
This is the culminant moment of a life well lived. The consciousness rooted in heaven, using the fulcrum of a higher dimension, pulls the lower register to the upper, a bridge, a ladder to the realm of the netter. If we have cultivated the new life at the center of the ball of dung, it is here that we have successfully transmuted physical matter to divine, the summation and consequence of our inner work. This is the egg that was being pushed by the scarab.
In the 6th hour, once again we have the solar bark with the flesh of Ra, now not being towed forward, but simply resting on the water. Here it is confronted by a familiar figure in the funerary text, a great serpent that's being chopped up by knives. This is the serpent Apap, or Apopis, which is a form of Set, the opposition. And in order for the entourage to pass, Set has to be cut in pieces, or Apopis has to be cut in pieces every night. And then, because the opposition is as immortal as divinity itself, Apop by night has reconstituted himself and is again the opposition. But in order to pass, the opposition has to be overcome. In the 7th hour, Apopis having been disempowered, the boat continues on its way, towed by a number of personages, and the imagery here shifts into symbols connoting transformation and metamorphosis. The signs of weaving appear. The 4 rams here represent the 4 states of matter. These are transforming principles that are taking the flesh of Ra, the deceased, from a lower to a higher level of consciousness.
The themes of metamorphosis, the symbols of weaving, and the presence of the 4 elemental states suggest a return to the basic building blocks which are later rewoven, recombined to create a new physical vessel. This might be seen as a representation of breakdown and resynthesis. The 4 rams corresponding to the 4 states of matter, identified in alchemical terms as earth, air, water, and fire.
In the 8th hour, the entourage has now gone up to the top. Here you see the various characters, the various deities, seated on that little upside-down Y in red, emphasizing or highlighting its importance, and that little sign represents bolts of cloth or weaving. So again, it's the weft and the warp and the putting together of disparate forms. In the 9th hour, the boat now continues with a number of mysterious, more mysterious symbols. Khepri, the scarab beetle on the top, is now rolling its egg forward. Its eggs, of course, with its own future enshrined within. The sun rises between 2 serpents. Underneath, as the boat proceeds forward, are the drowning ones, and the text here this is rather interesting because the texts exhort those who are in the water that they don't have to live this way. They can effectively arise and be born again, and these are not the enemies of Ra, but rather they become the lost sheep in Christianity, those who have lost their way, who have gone astray, who are not following the path. But in Egypt, they don't have to worry too much about damnation and going to hell. All they have to do is get their act together and start behaving the way normal human beings are supposed to behave.
Hour 9 depicts the bodies of those unfortunates who have become trapped underwater, those who had taken a wrong turn and became ensnared in the labyrinth of the afterlife.
Antechamber, which would be prior to the Holy of Holies.
Which is always at the end.
Generally, the Holy of Holies is the last room to the east. Most of the worship temples are on the east bank. Most of the funerary temples are on the west bank. And the reason for that is Ra rises, God. Ra rises in the morning and comes up in the east. In the night, Ra goes to the next world, go to sleep, and go down to other temples. When we go inside, we will see that the early Christians set their cross, and they're going to put them on columns and on the walls. They set their various instruments for worship, like altar and so forth.
You mean they commandeered this temple for their own uses?
Right. They considered heathen and pagan, but they used the same heathen and pagan temple for their own church. This is the purification rites, or baptism. You see the water, symbolically the water, comprises of the ankh and the was scepter. Both things together, intermittently. Ankh, was scepter, ankh, or scepter, as the water. See, they're hanging down there at the bottom? And this
is being baptized?
The Pharaoh.
Now, as we go back in here now, that is
the altar that the Christians use. The original altar that the ancient Egyptian used, that has gone.
But it was in that room that was known as the Holy of Holies.
Holy of Holies, or the sanctuary.
And that was
only the high priest.
In a sense, then, that was violated.
Oh yes, oh yes. That is the most sacred part of the temple.
Our tour was now in full stride as we left Aswan and headed north, that's down the Nile, toward the city of Luxor with all its many important
all the time
temples.
that the ankh comes from the cross, not at all. There is an ankh and there is a cross. Ankh there and a cross to your left and up. They mean two different things, have always meant two different things. Never has one been another.
Outside the main temple are lesser temples.
Now this is off of the main temple, which is behind us. What is this here?
This is a kiosk.
What's that
or
mean?
A small little chapel. And it's the chapel belonging to goddess Hathor, Het-Heru. Now, what's unique about this temple, if you come here, look at there. And you see God Bes. This was originally the original god of the Nile, god of the life, because the life was life source. Now you see Bes playing every instrument there is. The harp, which you thought was a European instrument. Here is God Bless playing the tambourine. Here. Here is God Bless playing the flute and like an oboe. Here is over there playing in the form of a monkey, playing what Farouk call the electric guitar. Here is it. Look at like any electric. Here he is playing a bassoon. Here, you see what I mean? He's playing all the major instruments that you thought were European.
Why you say that? I knew this a long time ago.
Yeah, but I just want to refresh your memory.
The back of this lesser temple looks out on a lake created by the building of a dam, which would have engulfed the temple had it not been disassembled and moved to this higher ground.
With the temple of Dendera. From the ceiling of Dendera, the temple is dedicated to Hathor, Het-Heru, the Virgin Mother, called Ipet-Isu or Karnak. It is the largest temple in the world. It is a half a mile long. No, it is let's see, it is a mile long, half a mile wide. You understand what I'm saying? That means that would take up 2 or 3 blocks, maybe more than 2 or 3 blocks. A mile long and a half a mile wide. The complete 20 blocks. That's the complete layout of Dendera. Real key at this particular time. Now we're going to start off first to enter in this journey of Dendera, the largest school ever built in the world for a worship of the celestial gods. The largest temple ever in the world is the Temple of Apet. What is called Syriac architecture. We're going to show you what they're doing now in the new Atlantis called Atlanta, Georgia. And they started building this Syriac architecture around the year of 1986. And now Atlanta is almost being completed as a Kemet. And I'll go into some things that's going on also there. Now, one of the key books that you must get, that they just put back in print, black people, is the book Brian M. Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. This is a book that was also recommended by John Henry Clark to most people. It was been out of print, but now this particular book has now been released back in print within the last month or so. And so some of these particular remakes you will find in this particular book also too. I'll be giving you other books that you can also reference also. Brian Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. And it says, tomb robbers, tourists, and archaeologists in Egypt. The Rape of the Nile. You see, so now this is a key book that you want to get so you can have some indication of what these temples used to look like, as well as a picture of the Temple of Dendera. And also, when I go into the Zodiac of Dendera, there is a whole section in here on how they took that Zodiac and carved it down and took it to the Louvre in Paris also too. We're going to get into a lot of things today. Now, the next thing we're going to deal with what is called a colonnade. This is the colonnade that is on the outside of Dendera. Now, this particular colonnade is what you would see. Before you come into the temples, you would pass through this particular colonnade. You now see one in Paris. And in most buildings, early 19th century buildings and 18th century buildings, you see a colonnade right over the door. Now, it's real key about this particular colonnade. Now, I want to show you this. Now, this colonnade, as you can see some wings and you'll see a disc. Now, let me get a picture of the winged disc. Right here is another picture of the winged disc. And it is also showing the symbol of the white man, this winged disc. It's showing a symbol of the white man, and I'll get you an even better picture as we go on. It's showing a picture of, the black man, right when you go in the temple. This winged disc that you see, you see two wings, you see a disc, and you see two serpents. I should get a better representation of that particular winged disc. Okay, do you have that? Okay.
No, the book, angle.
Okay. Now you have that. Okay. This winged disc, you see a dot in the middle of disc. You see two serpents. Now I got a papyrus that I'm going to deal with at the end of the lecture that will go into this. This disc you see in the middle is nothing but the black dot of the black sun in black people. This particular sons of Israel. Is Isis, is Ra is the sun, and you have the son of the sun. That's that sun, and it's also in all black people. No sun, no godship, no heaven. We'll go deeper into that as we go on. Now, this particular colonnade, if you can look real close, I want you to focus in on real close. You will see that there's a bridge coming right down, and there's water, and there's boats. And they had a bridge that was built across the water that came right into the colonnades right before you got to the temple. So you could walk across the water with a bridge coming up to the colonnade, and then you go into the Temple of Dendera. And you see people coming on, and you see a procession going on. Different things that's going on also. Palm trees that let you know that this was a tropical land also too. Now, we want to go back, and we want to show you, we're still dealing with this Temple of Dendera. Now, why is the Temple of Dendera so doggone important? Well, it's very easy. The Temple of Dendera is so important because what is on the inside of the Temple of Dendera? What is on the inside of the Temple of Dendera is the famous Zodiac of Dendera, the Zodiac of the Temple of Hathor. Now, this is very key. Now, if I may, I'll show you some things. I'll point out some things. This Zodiac has the symbol of the heavens. It has the pictures of Isis as the pillars of heaven, and her son also, Heru, as also the pillars of heaven also. This particular stuff that's going on the inside is nothing but all of the stars. It represents all of the heavens. Right over here you see is a picture supposedly of a black woman that says, as above, so below. That's the law of correspondence, which means as above, so below. Now, based on as above, so below, what you have is, this is the sky, this is the universe. And on the earth plane, you have the God of the earth plane, which is in fact the black woman. Even though, is it not written in your law that ye all are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36. The good book you need to read called Ye Are Gods by Annalise Guerin that deals with that. But this particular, the supreme microcosm of the macrocosm is the black female that you see right here stretching out her arms. Also represents the goddess Nut, stretching out her arms also. Now, it's real key because on the inside of this particular zodiac, you have a picture of a hippopotamus goddess. And she's giving birth to a dog. This hippopotamus goddess represents the constellation of Draco, the triple blackness of space, that gives birth to her first son. That particular first son is Sut, Al-Sut, which means the god of Sirius, the star Sirius. So the triple blackness of space in the northern hemisphere of the universe called Draco. She gives birth to her first son in her south gate, which is her vagina. And that first son is the first star in the universe known as Sirius, or Sophis, or Sept, or Sut. And that particular star is the central sun of our particular. You have the sun that you see out here is nothing but a reflection of a greater sun. That greater sun is the star sun Sirius, which is the brightest star in our constellations, as well as the true father of our particular universe. But the key to this is that father has a mother. There is no such thing as a father that deals with this woman. So when you talk about the Father in heaven, you're actually talking about the Son in heaven. And when you talk about the Son of the Father, you're talking about the grandson or the son of the Son. But the supreme archetype of heaven is the mother, known as the goddess Kali in India. It's known as the goddess Apit here, or Tyert, or the goddess Nut. Now, Apit, or Tyert, is this hippopotamus goddess that gives birth to this little dog, the dog star. You see, the actual dog star. So this is very key. Now, she gives birth to the dog star, and then all of the other stars and all of the actual other parts of the zodiac comes into view. Now, this particular zodiac of Dendera is real key for one reason. Number one, this is an astronomical zodiac. Now, you got to understand, there is astrology and there's astronomy. Astrology, astrological, is based on the stars in this particular, basically around the sun. You understand what I'm saying? In our solar system. Astronomy, or astronomical zodiac, deals with the zodiacal universe. This is an astronomical zodiac, which also is in this astronomical zodiac, astrological zodiac. Now, the book that now this is a key book. It's called Cyril Fagan's book. It's a book that the white boy took off the market because he was a part of the Royal Astronomical Organization in England. He found out, well, the white people were saying, well, we can't deny that Egyptian was the inventors of astronomy, but astrology, that's a whole other thing. That's Greece. So this particular white boy went back and studied the Temple of Dendera and all of the other temples, and he broke down, found out in an actuality that astrology was also started in Kemet too, and there's no kind of science that don't come out of Kemet or Egypt. Now, he found this particular thing out, and they threw him out of the actual Royal Astrological Society, and as a result, he wrote a book called Astrological Origins by Cyril Fagan that now is out of print, but with some luck, I do have a copy of the book, so we can either get that printed or also, too, you know, Raoul Nefer talks about this particular person in his book Medunetta 1. Also, too, Medunetta 1. And also, too, you can also go to certain libraries and get this particular book. I think the last printing was 1972 by Llewellyn Publications. Now, so this is an astronomical zodiac. Now, this particular zodiac, like I said, in this particular temple was built in Kemet And it was, even though it was built in the Ptolemy period of the Greece. Now the Greece really didn't run Kemet. The Greece was actually scared. The Greeks, excuse me, was actually scared of the Egyptian priests. So they would go. So the Egyptian priests would come to them and say, "Now we need a temple. You know what's going down?" And they would give them the money to build a temple or the manpower at this particular time with the Ptolemies when they were ruling. For the simple fact that they were scared and all of the actual Egyptian priests. So they did muscle around the other people. They didn't go up against the priests at this particular time. The priests understood in divine prophecy that the Greeks had to rule as well as Kemet had to fall. We'll get into that in a few minutes. Also, so they built this particular temple and they tore down an ancient temple. And the ancient temple that they tore down had a hieroglyphic based on a papyrus, a crack in the wall, and they actually fashioned the actual temple. So even though the stones, and they always use the older stones, they use the stones from the older building to build a new one back. So even though this is a newer temple, it contains the oldest and it is the most complete findings in the world is in the temple of Dendera. And this zodiac is approximately 90,000 years old. This is what you're seeing right here. And on here it has the origins of the black woman being God and woman being God, period. The great microcosm of the macrocosm, which a triple blackness of space is called chaos. The womb of the universe, because everything is born from a feminine principle. Check. Now, let's go on. And we'll deal with some other things. Now, Dr. Ben said that, now, based on Brian Fagan's book, Rape of the Nile, you're going to find out that the French blew this thing down. And they took this particular zodiac to Paris. It's in the Louvre in Paris, and they put up another plaster zodiac. Now, what had happened was it was the Russians who was going to get this zodiac. So the French, the Britons were coming was coming to get it. But before they got there, a French cat took some Arab help and blew it down. And on the way taking it to the ship, it fell into the Nile, and they needed more help. But they got it up out of the Nile, and they took it and they put it on a ship and rushed it to France before the British could get in and get it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's, this particular, the original replica is now in the Louvre in Paris, in the Egyptian antiquities also too. Very key, because everything is in here. Now, when we deal with the actual star systems of all of these particular temples, you're going to find out that all of these particular temples are based around the star system Sirius, which is called Syriac architecture. That's the key, because that is the monument, that is heaven, and these are the monuments of heaven. Kemet was known as the heaven on earth. So as we go on. So Dr. Ben said that this was a fake one. He said there's a square zodiac, but he was mistaken for the simple fact that this is the real one that's in Paris. And the square zodiac was also on another side of the room. And that other zodiac on the other side of the room is this particular square zodiac. 2 levels of that square zodiac also. Now you want to get deeper into the astronomical part of the temples and the breakdown of the stars and the temples, you need to buy a book by the name of J. Norman Lockyer, or Lockyer, L-O-C-K-Y-E-R, J. Norman Lockyer. And that particular book is called The Dawn of Astronomy. Now, the key to this book is out of print, but now you can also go to, there's a new out-of-print book company called Kessinger, and they've just reprinted this Dawn of Astronomy in here. And in here they show different breakdowns of the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Dendera. And so on one side of the hall, you have one zodiac that was in the ceiling. That's the round zodiac that I just showed you. But on another part of the ceiling, you would have the square zodiac. And this was in the temple ceilings. And they blew down the round zodiac. And for some reason, it's cut off because they left the black woman in the damn temple. But they blew it down. Now, so that's the square zodiac. Another form of that square zodiac that's in Dendera is also other forms that deals with different things you see. And right here you see the pictures of the circle, which is also the boat, which is also representations of UFOs that we're going to get into. And you also see the circle with the eye of Heru. So each time you see the circle, you know that that is a form of melanin also. And this is one also, too, in Dendera. These particular zodiacs with hieroglyphic inscriptions. Now, the other thing that we need to deal with is Dendera is called the Temple of the Virgin Birth. very key. There is probably one of the most important ones. There's different temples now. You know, down in Nubia, they covered up over 200 temples when they built the Aswan Dam, you see. And when they built the Aswan Dam, they covered up over 200 temples. One good book is called The Book of the Masters, Egyptian Doctrine of Light Born of the Virgin Mother by W. Marshall Adams, an out-of-print book that you can now get from African Heritage Classical Studies Research Series out of, I think that's Chesapeake, Virginia. What's my man name? You know, the E. Curtis Alexander that also does these things now. And so now, this particular temple of the virgin birth that they're talking about, what happens is this particular temple was built for the star system Sirius. Now, Hathor Het-Heru is the real name. Het, which means house. Heru, which means Christ. House of Heru, the house of God, which means the black woman who is Het-Heru, which is the house of God. Now you got the triple goddess. You have the celestial Isis, which is Het-Heru. Then you have the earth, one of the earth Isis, which is the Aset that you know of. You see, there's different forms of Isis. And then you have the winged Isis, which is Mayat, which is the end result. But, Aset. But the celestial Aset is called, Het-Heru is also called the goddess Sothis. And Sothis is a name of Sirius also. Now, this particular temple of Dendera that I like to show was built, it was built for the star system of the temple. It was built mainly for Sirius. Now, what happened was you have the Sirius rising when your star used to rise up. This is heaven because this star was responsible for the birth of what you would call the birth of the life on this planet. It doesn't rain in Kemet or Egypt, so the Nile was the source of the water. So as a result, every summer they'd have the rainy season. That's how you could tell whether it was whatever. You could have the dry season, you have the rainy season. And every summer you would have what is called dog days, which comes from the dog star Sirius. Every July 23rd, this star would rise up over the horizon in the morning. Now, this particular temple, every July 23rd, this star Sirius would rise up, and they would make it so that when it would rise up, this whole temple would light up because of that star Sirius. It would light up. And the priest was a big ceremony. And every July 23rd, that star would come up, and this particular whole temple would light up. You see, that because of that particular star system, and also Sirius, the chief star of the host of heaven, that is the son of the mother, the triple blackness of space, called Draco of Nut, or Apet, a tired, which is represented as a hippopotamus goddess. Real key, because we're going to get into a few things in a few minutes.
Dr. Ben correctly points out certain instances of Egyptian historical input in what we today call the religion of the Hebrews and later Judaism. And no one can deny the role of cultural and historical context. On the other hand, given it would seem your political need to view all through the African perspective, you completely ignore the experience of the Code of Hammurabi, of the Mesopotamian sources of law, which appear significantly modified in later Torah development. What I'm suggesting is that, on the one hand, it is a strange scholarly position to argue that historical context must be accounted for in the development of Judaism, which I would accept, and then argue, however, that only that political context which is useful to your present political view is to be noted and is acceptable. As I read the transcript, as I read the transcript here, there is a comment here that says, and permit me to paraphrase loosely, that Judaism and all of Judaism and the Jewish people come from Egypt, therefore they are African, and therefore there is a statement later on that many blacks do not understand that they are indeed Jews. Now that raises to us a very curious question: why the constant need to inject a racial quota into a diverse historical context, which we would acknowledge, but yet on the other hand, as we sit here having watched Operation Moses and the ingathering of Ethiopian Jews into Israel, why then the need to define by race as what is essentially authentic in Judaism strikes us as a contradiction that at least can possibly be interpreted in terms of current political context, but certainly not by history.
All right. I'm glad that you brought that last point, so I work from the last forward or backwards. Isn't it strange that just yesterday that the Jews in America found out that they're black Jews? Isn't it strange also that you don't consider us Jews, because when we go to Israel, you're still demanding that we must, quote unquote, reconvert. Who said we converted in the first place? Who said, what right have European Jews, who don't belong there either, have a right to tell us and to carry us through a shameful...
I'm sorry, European Jews who what?
No,
who don't have a...
any more than we do. Because the Russian Jews come there, many of them not circumcised, many of them never have a bar mitzvah, and we had to go, nobody asked them to reconvert. We had to go there, and a fast called circumcision, and the, you know, I wanted to use the Hebrew word, but at the moment. And we're supposed to go through all that. Next thing, Rabbi, how come my uncle, Tamarat Emanuel, came here in 1935 to raise money when Italy invaded Ethiopia? We were 5 million. When we left, we were 50,000. The Jewish community in America refused, denied that we existed. Up to now in Israel, you have 2 Grand Rabbis at least, the Sephardic Grand Rabbi and the Ashkenazi Grand Rabbi, the European Grand Rabbi, that refused to recognize that we're even Jews. Only the Sephardic Grand Rabbi started with Obadiah Yosef when he was the chief rabbi. Now let's go back. So that it's a farce about Israel telling us to come there for whatever the reason. In that, Israel to this day, from 1947, have in the Knesset a petition for the acceptance of Jews from Ethiopia, the right to return. To this day, it has not been approved. It has still been tabled every year. Now, so that you try to show the liberality of white American Jews when it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. Because if you're saying that you're bringing us back, then we should go back as Jews, not as something that you're going to make us over there. Who gives you the authority to say who is a Jew and who isn't a Jew? You talk about my desire for the political aristocracy, my political sense. Well, it was obvious that no one questions European Jews. Am I to believe that European Jews don't have a white politics here? When blacks move into a Jewish neighborhood, white Jewish neighborhood, doesn't the white Jew move like the white Christian? I mean, doesn't the white Jew have white flight to the suburb? Now, so, as a Jew, are you saying that I should behave as a Jew, period, in the United States, that means white Jew, in the United States, and run from the blacks? When I come here, my acceptance in Judaism isn't the same as when you come. When you come, if you came as a white Jew, and the white Jews, and you deal with whites. Now, I'm a black Jew, isolated from Judaism by virtue of that, because of my blackness. When I go into a synagogue, most synagogue I go into, the first thing they tell me, and I have to say I'm Jew, when you become Jew, did your parents convert? When? You don't ask a white person walk into the synagogue and say that. Go back about the Jews learning the Hammurabi Code. When you talk about Hammurabi Code, you're talking about 2000 BC, just the other day, historically speaking. The concept of one God didn't come from Moses nor Hammurabi. Akhenaten preached one God before Moses was born. The Aaron and about their being African. If you're born in America, you are an American Jew, wouldn't you say? Now, where was Aaron born? Where was Moses born? And Sarah, Aaron's sister, and all of them, Miriam. Where were all of this supposed to be happening? Before the Jews come in contact again as a group. Not Moses, not Abraham alone and his little family. From Abraham and excluding Joseph. From then on, for according to Torah, for approximately 400 years, everything the Jews learned was in Egypt. Everything. Because from the time of Joseph, Genesis ends, and Moses died. And there came a time when Joseph died. because of this bad Pharaoh that came, who knew not Joseph. From then on, we are to hear about the plight of the Jewish people and so forth. But before that, from the time of Potiphar, all the way down to the Exodus, isn't it everything the Jew learned was in there? It was no Hammurabi code. And I says the basic foundation of Judaism, one God and all that, came out of Africa. Egypt is still there, not in the Middle East.
Time for another break. We will continue with our discussion, our modest discussion, right after this. Let's press on.
Let's, please. A number of points. Again, we're into this historical selectivity, and at the risk of sounding as if I'm pushing Mesopotamia today, the reality is, of course, that both the archaeological and the literary evidence of such areas as Ebla and others clearly illustrate that a proto-monotheism existed in the Mesopotamian area centuries and centuries before the Hebrews. Some scholars have even attempted to identify one of the Mesopotamian names of this god as Eloah, and in that way tried to learn from it the Hebrew term Elohim. And I merely identify this as one scholarly view. Again, I wouldn't want to deny for a moment that Egypt was part of the cultural mix, and therefore Africa, as you would want to make the political point. But to selectively ignore all other historical factors to then be able to make a political point is not to be dismissed as a cry of anti-Semitism when it's raised, but is to be called for inaccuracy in the historical record. And one has an absolute right to do that when that inaccuracy then feeds it to contemporary politics. But if I would but if I could respond to the Ethiopian issue.
No, wait, no, I got to answer you that point first. Then you could go to the Ethiopian issue, because that's a big issue too. You try to throw over that anti-Semitism slip in right there. Even when a Jew disagrees with a Jew, it becomes anti-Semitic. By the way, I hope that I hope that you would agree that the common statement in America among Jews is that if your mother is Jewish, then you're Jewish. Would you agree to that?
According to Jewish law,
okay. And if I make it better, if your father is Jewish and your mother Jewish, then you're ultra Jewish.
Excuse me, one's father has nothing to do with the status of Jewish law.
I added that for extra measure.
Right, but that has no
I didn't say it does. I didn't say it does. Don't be picayune. I mean, we're dealing with the issue. I said, well, okay, my mother is, and so that makes me yes. That makes me.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So then to call me anti-Semitic as a Jew practicing, went through all the rituals like the lady who probably did on yourself, then it would mean that I strongly disagree with the teachings that what you just stated, for example. Then I said to you, using the Torah itself, on the statement of the Torah that Abraham came from the city of Ur in the nation of Chaldea, which was at the time, since we're using by history, ruled by Africans, a joint army that went all the way to India. Now you said scholars. There's only one scholar that made that remark that I know of, and that's the one from the Stern Institute over there in Lexington Avenue. Now, secondly, there may be continuation of those scholars coming out of European context. What you fail to understand, Rabbi, is that European Jews are Europeans and think as Europeans and act as Europeans. African Jews, on the other hand, are being asked not to act as Africans and an African Jewish scholar, African scholarship. And thus you're telling me with the scholars. Now let me go.
All right, are you finished addressing his
No, the
point?
last part of
You got
his point.
more? All right.
Last part of his point. The period of time in which we're speaking, and unfortunately Torah doesn't give dates, but the period of time in which we're talking about Avram or Abraham isn't born until around 1775 BCE, before the Christian era. That would put him around the 13th century, 13th dynasty, Egyptian 13th dynasty, Ethiopian 13th, the dynasty of the Nile Valley as a whole, because it's not only Egypt. Egypt is the zenith of a culture that goes way back, because the ancient Egyptians themselves said, we came from the beginning of the Nile where God happy dwell. All of those things. For instance, look, Rabbi, the myth that the Jews built the pyramids. You know that's a myth, yet it's taught, probably you say it yourself. Koch gets up there and he goes and stands up on the pyramid. Begin gets it up there, and you know pretty well that the last pyramid was built before the birth of the first Jew, Abraham. Now, if I say that, I'll be anti-Semitic.
All right. In the interest of fairness, Dr. Ben, let's hear what Rabbi Seltzer has to say.
What's disturbing is simply the level of misunderstanding of what we're saying is that the scholarly view that I identified and which you then identified as a Stern College view. Stern College is part of Yeshiva University, an Orthodox institution. My background is in the Reform movement. I assure you that much of what I've suggested in terms of biblical scholarship would be totally rejected and considered unacceptable by the Orthodox community.
I know that.
As representing non-rabbinic analysis of Torah. Therefore, to dismiss my remarks as being represented by Stern College raises the question of what kind of comprehension we have here of scholarship and indeed the pluralism within the Jewish community. And that leads me to the point I want to make.
Good point.
In the transcripts and in your remarks now, there's a tendency to speak of all Jews in the broadest context, so that you began with the Ethiopian issue by speaking about Israelis, then switched to white American Jews, and as I listened to you, I heard a constant tendency to put everything in the category of white, European versus black, Sephardic, Oriental. And again, I ask myself...
That's the way it is.
And again, I ask myself the question, the state of Israel, which has a population today which is 60% Sephardic, non-European...
Who are at the bottom of the social ladder.
Excuse, please, I listen to you. Which a population which is 60% non-European, a population coming from the Middle East and the Oriental countries, it is certainly a political charge, which we hear constantly and is used constantly, that Israel is a white European colonialist bastion in the middle of an Arab third world part of the world. But the reality is that Israel today increasingly takes on the Levantine quality of the area in which it's in, precisely because of the population. Side point, but let me proceed.
But let me point and don't want me to answer it. And then, no, let me answer that and then you proceed.
No, sir.
No, wait, now you don't run the program. Can I answer him?
No.
Let me interject. Let me interject. Let me interject. Let me give you 1 minute to press your point forward, and then Dr. Ben can... I must say that the time is evaporating.
Fine.
And that is my concern.
So then it's necessary to proceed.
1 minute.
Well, I shall try it 1 minute. Again, this attempt to say that only black Jews experience difficulty in Israel. There are a number of, frankly, inaccuracies in this. When Soviet Jews began to come to Israel, there was precisely the same kind of questioning raised by the rabbinate. Since the rabbinic establishment and authorities were in disarray in the Soviet Union, were indeed these people who were coming Jews under Orthodox law. It caused political problems. Ultimately, it was worked out, as the issue with the Ethiopians is a problem, will be worked out. To characterize this on a racial basis is totally unworthy of what is indeed going on today in Israel.
Dr. Ben?
He speaks of the multiracial characteristic of Israel, but he didn't say that the multiracial characteristic isn't visible in the control in Israel. Israel is controlled by a European-American, and British factor of white Judaism. He doesn't want me to deal with this reality. I've been there umpteen time.
Is that
I've
true,
seen it
Rabbi
for myself.
I would give you two quick answers to that. That historically, yes, because of the nature of the earlier immigration.
Present day.
At this point in time, given the past election results in which Likud, which was heavily representative of the Sephardic community, and Labour, which has its base in the European community, ended up in essential parity. The reality is that power is increasingly shifting from total European control to indeed what is considered a parity between the two communities.
Well, it would seem to be a simple question, Rabbi Seltzer. Do Jews who are European or white control Israel, or do Jews who are African control Israel?
No, it's not that simple, because we're dealing with, no, not at all, because we're dealing with a question of process. And the question of process simply indicates that the initial migration of population out of which the state of Israel was established was European. The governmental structures were created by these people. Immediately after the creation of the state, over 500,000 Sephardic Jews from the Middle East, from North Africa, were brought into the state while it was involved in a fight for independence. These people took the obvious number of years to be able to function effectively on all levels of government, in all levels of Israeli society. Time is a necessary factor in life, but as of this point today, one can say without any hesitation that the non-European Sephardic community wields tremendous power in the state of Israel today.
Who is the dominant power?
And is on. Who is a dominant power? Again, I would indicate that by the last election, in which both Likud and Labor ended up in what is essentially a dead heat, one can learn from this that there is no one group in power anymore.
Dr. Ben?
The rabbi is saying to me that if I went to Israel or you went to Israel, that most of the people in government, the ambassadors traveling all over, are not European American and British Jews. Am I to believe that that's what he's saying, that there's an equal division of power? I can't think that the rabbi will stay there and say this and give this kind of a evasive answer to the question. The European and European American and British Jews still dominate the politics of Israel, still dominate the economy of Israel. And is he saying to me that these people are now welcome? My point to him is, regardless of what rabbis may have said, did they demand that the Jews from Russia go through a new halakha? Do they reconversion? Do they demand a brisk? A brisk circumcision.
Such were the demands. Such were exactly the demands.
Was it carried through?
And just as, and the parallel is a very important one, just as politically the intent of the Orthodox, let me finish please, just as politically the intent of the Orthodox rabbinic establishment could not be considered acceptable, and these demands were ultimately dropped with Soviet Jews, so one finds that as the Ethiopian Jewish community grows, the rabbinate itself has been forced to back down, and I think it is a very clear statement that most Israeli opinion would accept.
We're out of time for this segment.
That is not true, because up to now...
Wait a minute now. I got a cut for a commercial break.
All right.
I know you're hot, both hot. It's a hot program. Okay, this is the last segment you can't run over, and I'm going to chop you if you do. We can't resolve your philosophical, your political, your historical, your ideological differences clearly this hour. But maybe we can address ourselves to tone and intent. Obviously, the letter that was written by the ADL objects to the tone and suggests that there may be some premeditated, sinister, injurious intent to Dr. Ben's remark for political reasons. And perhaps you can clarify that, and perhaps Dr. Ben can rebut and answer, and maybe perhaps we can clarify and heal this rift.
As we read the transcript and as we discussed today, we see much in your remarks that is reflected in third world political statements in the UN, in other forums. The fact that you are indeed Jewish in no way changes the content of these remarks and the political context in which we see them. From our point of view, as Ethiopians were starving and are starving, Israel was the only country that offered the kind of aid to physically bring black Ethiopians out. And indeed, it's the only example of a nation of Caucasians, to use the term that appears frequently here, of bringing in whites, bringing blacks in dignity as citizens. To begin to turn it around says to us we begin to hear the same kind of third world, radical, political kind of rhetoric, which is directed towards the United Nations, towards Israel and the United Nations, which we hear in so many other forums. This is what we respond to, this willingness to identify Jews and Judaism with colonialism, whites, repression, and having read some of your other material in addition to this, I must say that it's a theme that strikes me as pervasive and something that we find unacceptable in a public forum.
All right.
Number one, you spoke very much about generalized statement. You just said that the Ethiopians are starving and you're bringing out. Isn't it a fact that you're talking about only, Ethiopia has about 40 million people. You're talking about 5 miles from the border with Sudan in south where the starvation situation developed. Isn't it also a fact that the Philistines, the Ethiopians would better Israel, our people were not particularly at that spot? Isn't it a fact that the same United Nations you call on found that many of our community was ready to bring people out? And you talk about the only nation to help. Isn't it also a fact that there are almost every nation in the world in Ethiopia giving assistance to people who are hungry on the northern borders of Ethiopia?
Are you suggesting that it would have been better for Israel to, in no sense, save black lives? Is this what you're suggesting?
Now, you talk about this. No. If Israel had was saving us for the reason that you indicated or tried to indicate, yes. Well, how is it that all of a sudden that we are saved, but we wind up in the army and we're dying from starvation? We wind up in people's house cleaning, and you know, Falasha never let their women. This is one thing against our principle, to work as domestic in anybody's house. We're doing that now. Why didn't you mention the 4 Falashas last 3 weeks ago that committed suicide over this in Israel? Why didn't you mention the protest meeting in Israel? Why didn't you mention the dialogue between Israel and Ethiopia, that the Falashas they want to go back to Ethiopia, and there's a dialogue about, and the Ethiopian government say, you took them, bring them back?
So the saving of lives by the state of Israel of Jews is another example of racism, according to you.
If you could say it that way, okay. But if you get cheap labor, you don't have to worry about the lives.
And that is the purpose at which the state of Israel brought the Ethiopian community for cheap labor. That is unworthy of a public statement.
Okay, it is. But when we were dying from Mussolini extermination, it is typical of the behavior of European American Jews. You don't want me to say that. Rabbi, you probably live in a racist society yourself. I couldn't probably walk any night. You don't want me to deal with
Israel not initiated the Operation Moses, I suspect you would have been among the first who would have said, you see how racist the state of Israel is for not responding to the plight of Jews even though they're black.
It's the biggest mistake.
But now you say that even though they're black, it's a racist response. It's outrageous.
I listened to you.
It's absolutely outrageous.
You don't think that I feel like you're outrageous? Now, my point is this, that a nation that said we don't exist, you know, with the contrition of Israel, the thousands upon thousands of Israelis leaving Israel constantly, you need to replenish that community. You have an Arab situation, and don't deal with me about the third world, because I'm not a member of the third world, I'm a member of the first world. You know, Zanzibar's voice was long before Adam and Eve, and it's found in Africa. Lucy is found in Ethiopia, and it's 3.2 million years. You see, you want me to go along with a dialogue that suits you as a European Jew, but doesn't suit me as an African Jew. And you assume that my African Jewishness should supersede my Africanness. No way, Rabbi, because you want it both ways. You want to be a European Jew, benefiting from being a European, benefiting from being a Jew, and that I sat by and listened to it, and then call it anti-Semitic.
You may have difficulty, but the record will show that I sit here as an American Jew.
That's right.
And that will be my definition.
As an African
How
Jew.
you choose to define me in whatever racial or political terms you have the need is your business. But I reject it totally.
I got to cut you. I thank you both for expressing your opinions. So
one side, you also have on the other side. So you have 2 Holy of Holies in this temple.
I see. Now I see Horus. And this is a good shot of the baptism, isn't it?
Yes. There you have, in this case, there you have Horus, or Horakti, and you have the Pharaoh, the Ptolemy, and you have the god of scribes, the god of historians, and that will be Tahuti. The Greeks call him Thoth.
Are these original colors here?
Oh, those are some of the originals. That goes back to the original.
Boy, this must have been just gorgeous.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is the purification rites, or baptism of the Pharaoh. This is the god Tahuti, sometimes called Thoth if you're using from the Greek way. He is holding the jar, the goblet, with the holy water and on the opposite side is Haroes holding another. They're pouring the holy water over the Pharaoh.
Which Pharaoh?
This is Ptolemy 11th or Ptolemy 12th. You notice that the holy water is made up of Ankh and was scepter. Ankh was scepter. Ankh was scepter. The Ankh is the key of life, a symbol of the key of life. The was scepter is the highest authority of the king.
So baptism didn't take place when you were an infant?
Oh no. Well, baptism goes back for thousands of years, long before the story of Jesus and John the Baptist.
But contrary to the way we've been taught to think of baptism, it took place when you were grown.
Oh yes.
What's it the next?
The next is the preparation of the coronation scene with the putting of the crown on the Pharaoh's head. And here you have the god Nit and goddess putting the goddesses, Nith another one, putting the crown on the king's head. And Horus, witness it. Horus is carrying the was scepter. You remember you just saw the was scepter in the thing? This is the highest authority, the was scepter.
And you can see that's Horus because it's the head of the falcon.
He's carrying the head of the falcon on the head, on the disc of God Ra on the head. And here you have Goddess Hathor and the Queen Cleopatra.
This is Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. One of the better image of her that you would see.
It's not too much like Liz Taylor, though.
Oh no, not at all.
And the hair?
Not at all. That is actually, you could see coarse hair, curl up, and then here's God Horus again.
Over on the right,
yes. Haroes in this case.
Dr. Ben, what is this?
This is an ancient calendar of the times when they was based upon the lunar calendar. If you would notice, it is based upon the moon and then the sun. For instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 and 4 is 8, the month, 8th month. This would be 2, 4, 5, the 5th month. The 4th, see, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th month. See, the 11th month, and so forth. So that you know what year it was, what month.
Did they have a 365 day?
365 and a quarter day, corrected each 4th year. But they had a 13-month calendar. There was 12 months of 30 days each, and 1 month of 5 days.
Go ahead.
Here is another scene. This is very important because it shows the Pharaoh paying homage to Goddess Isis, or Goddess Aset, sitting on a bird chair.
What do you mean? Bird chair? What do you mean? This is how deliveries were made from a stool like that?
Right. And if you notice her breast, that it's full.
Yes.
Full of lactation for when she has a baby. And notice again that the stomach is large, showing that she is pregnant. But equally, you notice they were prepared just in the event that she had any trouble. Here is the surgical instrument. If she had run into trouble.
All these surgical scissors?
Scissors, the knives, the scalpel.
The scalpel up here?
Up there. You have those little things that they use to retractors and everything like that.
Isn't that something?
Those were old instruments. And here is the man, Imhotep, who used to be the great
Saqqara, the step pyramid.
That's right. And look at this, where you used to wash the hand. To keep, you see, they said that Pasteur, and Madame Curie and all of them started thinking about cleanliness. This is way back there. One had to wash one hand before one committed surgery.
Grand temple. The smaller temple that is built is one of the most sacred temples of the world. It's a temple that is the temple of the Great Mother. Now let me explain. When you go down the aisle of a church, you say you're getting married. You know that aisle. That aisle, or if a church has a center aisle, that is the fallopian tube, the birth canal, right? And then when you get to the pulpit, that's the womb, the sanctum sanctorum, known as the Holy of Holies. Now the white boy switched this up. In marriage, he has the woman coming down the aisle. But the sperm, a woman doesn't come down the aisle. A woman is the womb. So in actuality, he's supposed to have the man coming down the aisle in marriage, because the man symbolizes the penis and the sperm, and sperm travels up the fallopian tube, right? The birth canal. Not the woman traveling up, because the woman has a womb. How the hell she going to need to travel up to her own womb? You see what I'm saying? So they switched this thing around. In actuality, the man is supposed to be led up that aisle, not the woman. You see. One other key thing we need to do when we have African weddings, we need to lead this thing up, lead the man up the aisle. You see what I'm saying? Not the woman.
On the archetypal register, we see a symbolic depiction of the higher processes at work. The beetle rolling its egg towards the sun symbolizes the great work, the creation of a higher consciousness. Next to this, we see another representation of a risen sun between two standing snakes. This may be a depiction of a new consciousness accomplished through the risen Kundalini, symbolized by the standing snakes. The snakes are crossed, perhaps indicating a harmonious interworking between the hemispheres. The crowns on the twins symbolize the solar and lunar principles, which creates another strong symbolic link with the functions and attributes of the left and right brains. If this weren't enough, a further clue reveals itself hidden in the geometry and negative space of the grouping. When compared to an overlay of the human skull, its full meaning becomes more apparent. The risen sun of the higher consciousness appears at the site of the third eye. Precisely the point at which the Egyptians depicted the risen Kundalini cobra in their various statuary and sculpture. The twins each have a hand raised to their heads. They appear to be thinking or drawing attention to the head, further indication of the cerebral nature of the hieroglyph. To the right of that is what seems like a depiction of balance, perhaps indicative of the stability achieved through harmony and balance of the hemispheres of the poles of consciousness.
In the 11th hour, the process is almost complete. The bark is being towed forward. The rope itself now takes the form of the gigantic coiled serpent. The personifications of the hours are transporting or preceding the boat. And once again, this is Mehen, the enveloper, probably the origin of our familiar figure of speech, the coils of time. Up in the top register, emphasized in red, a small divine figure riding on a serpent in the company of 10 stars. In other words, this is the serpent in the sky. This is intellect made divine, or the serpent representing duality, once again uniting with, or this is duality reconciled, or a new one. And the legged winged serpent now appears up in the upper register between the two eyes of the solar and the lunar eyes of Ra.
In hour 11, we see the united hemispheres become the androgyne, the solar and lunar principle fused together. This powerful and sacred symbolism has echoed through history, and strong correlations can be seen between these hieroglyphic symbols and many later depictions of the alchemical stage represented by the androgyne and its divine offspring. This inspiring moment seems to indicate a mastery over the coils of time, perhaps indicative of a timeless period in which the higher consciousness of the deceased can reside with the gods.
In the 12th hour, the process is complete. The bark, now with a scarab beetle in the front, is being towed through the backbone of this enormous serpent, which Vala de Lubitsch thought was a parallel to the Kundalini energy of the Hindus, in which lies coiled at the base of the spine.
Any real technology for navigation through the wheels of the afterlife might also include a gate for a return to physical incarnation. The 12 figures spanned by the snake might be seen as representing the spine and an outstretched Kundalini snake. Taken together, they might be seen to represent a sexual event on the physical or material plane, which will provide an opportunity to return to physical incarnation. The cycle returns to where it began.
And here, this is a parallel expression of the bark of transformation passing through or releasing the Kundalini energy, and this results in a new sun in the scarab beetle pushing associated with the head of the dead king, which is associated with the new sun, pushing its way through the earth into immortality, actually. In other words, it's another expression of the pyramid text, Ba and Ka unite, become a star, join the company of Ra, and sail with him across the sky in his boat of millions of years. It's a similar parallel. This is the same teaching expressed in New Kingdom terminology in this extraordinarily complex text.
The tomb itself was only one component of this science of life and death. The pharaoh's body also played an important role in this strange technology.
This takes us actually to the strange practice of mummification. Our embalming rites that we carry on today routinely in a number of funerary traditions are probably pale versions of what the Egyptians went through thousands of years ago. Over the course of a couple of thousand years, this process got more and more elaborate until in the New Kingdom, in the tombs of the Valley of the Kings, that process reached a culmination that is incredibly complex and, to us, somewhat repellent. After these 70 days, the mummy is swathed in mummy wrappings and cloth, into which are wrapped all sorts of magical amulets, scarabs, funerary texts themselves, and the body is finally brought to its final resting place. Now, the process seems to us, to say the least, excessive, but if we start from the proposition that maybe the Egyptians knew what they were talking about, it's worth looking at this as something perhaps more than just superstition or an incredible amount of detail lavished upon superstition. Maybe this accounts for both the incredible attention, work, money, time that went into mummifying a dead pharaoh, and this kind of shiver that comes through you when you think of it. There's something repugnant about it. You shouldn't need to have to go through all of that. The thinking was that perhaps as long as the physical body of the pharaoh existed, the discarnate or disembodied Ka, or soul, of the king was not obliged to reincarnate. And that corresponds in its own way to the Tibetan understanding that the objective of the whole exercise of life, you might say, is not to reincarnate, but to become a star and join the company of Ra and sail across the sky in his boat of millions of years. So I can't say if that is actually the explanation, but to me it made sense. It accounted for both the incredible amount of attention paid and that somewhat repellent feeling that you get when you are taught about this process, because it's, in a way, it's a kind of a spiritual dodge, you might say, that you're kind of given as much time as you need to carry on work that is supposed to be done, in theory, during life. And if there is anything to the notion of spiritual work carried on in the disembodied state, then to that, let's say, to that ongoing work. As long as the body remains, the soul is not obliged to reincarnate. And in the case of the mummified pharaohs, if the mummies are not pillaged and ruined and exposed to the elements, if they are actually left in their original resting places, they are there effectively eternally, because they're subject to geological time, not to any other kind of time. The mummies that have been found now and exhumed and examined and studied and x-rayed and so on are in pretty much perfect condition after over 3,000 years. So unpillaged, unstudied, and unexhumed, they'd simply be there forever, until the mountains themselves, or the tombs into which the deep caves that they're buried in themselves are destroyed in some sort of geological cataclysm. In any event, to me, this makes much more sense than simply assuming that the Egyptians were a bunch of superstitious idiots who put all of this incredible amount of attention into preserving the body of a dead pharaoh.
The physical body of the pharaoh was rendered timeless, perhaps turned into an open gate, or perhaps a type of anchor. It was heavily supplied with all manner of spells, amulets, talismans, and other forms of magical protection.
It is one of the most mysterious places on earth. An entire sovereign nation surrounded by a single city. The Vatican. For centuries, it has influenced world events, perhaps more than any other country on earth. How could the world's smallest country wield such power? Secrets. The secrets it holds.
And for many Americans, the roots of their family trees dig deep into foreign soil. Yet for millions, that ancestry is a mystery. But today, tracing the roots of your family tree only takes a little piece of yourself. It's written all over your face, and in each one of the more than 50 trillion cells that make up your body. It's DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, and today it's being used to get to the root of an age-old question, one some Americans just can't answer. Where are your ancestors from?
Well, my great-grandfather was from South Carolina.
These four Washington, D.C. area teens are like most African Americans whose ancestral past is a mystery. That's because of the transatlantic slave trade, which began in the 1500s. European slave traders brought captured Africans to South America, the Caribbean, and the United States on a sea route called the Middle Passage. The enslaved worked on plantations, were often tortured, and their lives before slavery forced to be forgotten.
assolutamente nulla. C'era solo una piccola cosa senza importanza ed era la noia. Nyambe, il creatore dei Bantu, si annoiava da morire. Questa noia finirà davvero per uccidermi.
Of Africa dispatches from a fragile continent. Why is it a fragile continent?
Well, it's fragile because it had a very brief exposure to colonialism, probably the briefest and in world history. The colonialists came into most of the continent in 1880, 1890, and by and large they were out in terms of controlling most of the territory of the continent by 1960, 1963, 1964. The place had a very short and rather violent exposure to modernity in terms of nationalism, in terms of the way it's divided. And it is in the process, slow, jerky process, of learning how to grow into the national grid that was imposed on it from Europe.
When were you there?
I was there from 1985 till 1989. I went for the famine in Ethiopia. I parachuted into the famine in Ethiopia, which was luckily it was the worst thing I saw on the continent, because 1 million people were in the process of starving to death and from famine-related illnesses dying. And I left in 1989.
What were you doing there?
I traveled across the region, sub-Saharan Africa, 45 countries. I made it to about 26 countries, I think 26. But I went to the big countries a lot. I went to Nigeria a lot, I went to Zaire, I went to Sudan 12, 13 times, Ethiopia, Kenya, Zambia. I was there to try to explain the politics and the economics of the place.
Writing for?
Writing for the Washington Post.
Did you enjoy it?
I loved it there, and the reason it was so good for me, because I'm a feature writer, and there wasn't a whole lot of news going on, news as it's defined by the Washington Post. So I was given enormous freedom to travel, to do what I want. I spent 3.5 weeks doing a story on the Zaire, going down the Zaire River across Zaire. I spent a couple weeks in a truck with rebels in southern Sudan. I went up country in Ghana to see the family of a sociologist and to talk about the webs of the extended family in Africa and how it helps to hold the continent together when the governments don't work so great. Process.
How big is Africa, the total of Africa in population?
It's about 670 to 700 million. The population is hard to count, and some countries don't like to count because they come up with more Muslims than the Christians want, more Christians than the Muslims want. That's particularly the case in the largest country in the region, which is Nigeria. And its population is anywhere between 100 million and maybe 125 million. They haven't counted for at least a decade.
How many countries are there in Africa?
Well, in my region there are 45. And as I said, most of them were carved out of the region by colonial powers.
But the other regions, how many, what's the total number, do you know?
Total number, I don't know. There are 5 or 6 above above the Sahara, and then there's South Africa.
But you're talking about countries not included like Egypt and Tunisia and Morocco.
Those weren't part of my region. That's part of the Islamic Muslim world.
And South Africa was not a part of your region.
It's not part of my region. My newspaper has someone there, has 2 people there full time, covering that country, and the middle is 1 person.
In the area you covered, what percentage of the population was black?
The whole population was black, except for aid donors and diplomats. And in Eastern Africa, there is a large Asian community, Indian and Pakistan, who've been there for decades, and I think they may amount to 3 or 4% of some of the countries, Kenya, Tanzania. Maybe less than that.
Before you went there to report on that part of the world, had you ever been there before?
No, I hadn't been. I'd always wanted to go, but I'd never been there.
How did you change your thinking about what Africa was? What's the difference between before and after?
Well, what I learned slowly was how different Africa is than the United States. I flew into Africa for the famine. And I begin this book by talking about an interview I had with a mother whose baby had just died in one of these camps in the highlands. And I talked to her about where her husband was, how she came to have no food, what were her prospects for the future. And she stood at attention with her dead child beside her in the arms of a hospital attendant and wept. And she would have stood there all day if I'd asked her to. She thought I was a doctor or a policeman. I was a strange white man with sunblock on my face and a blue baseball hat. And the distance was really the same distance, I think, that one has in looking at Africa from the living room of your house. And what I tried to do in my time in Africa was to bridge that gulf by getting to know the people, getting to know the systems that organize their lives, their extended families, their tribes, and to understand how the governments, how the leaders of the governments have not really served their interests very well. That was the major political thrust of my time there, was to understand how the big man dictatorial style of rule works, why it exists, and why it must be changed for the continent to have a chance.
This is a very general question, but how were you treated during your 4 years there?
Well, I was banned for life from Samuel Kenyon Doe's Liberia. My life has lasted longer than his, so I can go back there now. I was thrown out of Kenya for about 8 hours until President Daniel Arap Moi had better ideas and decided to give me a reprieve, and I stayed for 2 more years after that. I was ordered out of Ethiopia, and there was also a reprieve on that order. And the reason I was banned or ordered out was because I wrote stories that challenged the government. And in almost all the countries, with the exception of Nigeria and Botswana, you cannot criticize the leadership in any way that's known to Western reporters. If you do, you're labeled as a servant of foreign masters, an enemy of the people, and you're tossed out.
You had to pick a spot to go visit again. One spot, what would be your first choice?
It would be Kenya.
That those sections that speak of a victorious march of an army of onslaught into the land are certainly later sections of the text edited as kind of national poetry. But if one reads the 2nd book of Samuel in the Bible, one reads very clearly a different version of the immigration of tribes slowly into the land, the entrance into the land, the settlement with other peoples. And indeed, a close reading of the text will indicate that even during the times of King David and King Solomon, and after, many non-Hebrews lived side by side with the Hebrews in the land. In effect, there was no such genocide. There was no such destruction. And to even raise the thought that a Jewish child indicates his loyalty to the Jewish people in the context of that historical statement, and it's applied in terms of the Jewish present, is something that, frankly, insulting is, I think, an apt word as far as we understand it. If I may just add one other part to this. The transcript would indicate that Dr. Ben, in his concern for the need in the black community for cultural and ideological structures and unity, which is obviously a laudable and praiseworthy goal, then proceeds to redefine Jewish history and biblical history in a way which may be conducive to his political view, but does violence to history. He refers to Judaism as originating in Africa, that all of Judaism comes from Africa. The reality of the biblical text, one must merely open it to read, is that Abraham comes from Mesopotamia. He comes from the area which we today refer to as the Fertile Crescent.
At Karnak, which is Petaisu, the oldest university in the world. And as you can see, there's a grand procession going on, and there's many columns. Now, please note that these particular pictures, each one of the hieroglyphics in these particular columns that was built, they had hieroglyphics of Medu Neter all over the temple. There was not a spot on any temple in Kemet where they didn't have Medu Neter. The Greeks started trying to copy, and they could not put the Medu Neter because the best artists in the world came from Kemet, or Egypt. Now, this hypostyle hall, and each one of the Medu Neter was painted, and they had the white backgrounds. I'll show you representations of that. So I want you to get your cameras ready and zoom in on some of these pictures to actually show the representation of the paintings of this hypostyle hall. Now, each one of these were painted, and this is the hypostyle hall of many columns at Dendera. Now, it's very interesting. This is a remake because we want to show not so much of ruins. You can see that in most Kemetic books or Egyptian books of the ruins, as well as going up the Nile. We want to show reconstruction because we're trying to put your mind back into the part of when the black man and black woman was at their greatest ever. You understand what I'm saying? So this is the hypostyle hall. There's processions going on. There is the light of the sun lighting up the actual place. So very key. Now let me show you one other piece on the hypostyle hall at Dendera. Now this is very key. Now I want you to zoom in on this particular picture. Is everything all right? All right, we're going along. I want you to zoom in on the pictures. Now I showed you before that in actuality, the actual nose that you see on the particular people when they remade Dendera, you actually see they have keen-shaped alkaline noses because the white boys tried to, didn't want to show the original thing. But David Roberts is one of the actual artists that drew some of the things, and when he sketched out some, there is a picture of the head on the inside of the temple, and I want you to zoom in on it because it is a picture of a black woman. Also, I have an actual picture. Now, this is a beautiful day because I got an actual picture of the ancient Egyptians on how they look that was painted in the 1800s before half of it and miscegenated on into what you call the Arab race now. But you know, we understand about your Nubians, but I'm going to show you the same headdress in the 1800s. Right here, if you can zoom in, there is a picture of a black woman with big lips and a wide nose, which is the same figure of supposed to be on the outside of the temple. This is on the inside of Dendera, drawn by David Roberts around in the late 1800s. As a matter of fact, we would say that this was actually, I think this was actually in Nubia, 1846, that he drew this particular part. The famous temple of Karnak, which is called a Pet-I-Su, or as Dr. Ben called it, Warit. What Dr. Ben calls it, Warit. Before we go on this, like I said, this is another color picture of Dendera before the color fell off. Now, this has got to be the best painting in the world because the French didn't even get there till the early 1800s, which is the 19th century. And this paint was still on there from 2,000, some of them 3,000 years old. Check. That you know that not only were they the best artists in the world, they said they would have 3 men working on one arm of a big
She wasn't
statue.
just a queen, she was a pharaoh who ruled as a man, leading the largest kingdom of the ancient world, Egypt, during its most powerful dynasty. Her trade expeditions were groundbreaking, the scale of her building program unprecedented. She was King Tutankhamun's ancestor. Still, we know little about her. Someone may have tried to wipe her name from the pages of history. Her achievements were systematically erased, her statues smashed, her very identity deleted, and her mummy removed. As in any missing persons case, the search for Hatshepsut must begin in the place she disappeared. Here, the Valley of the Kings.
So I'm looking at these images of Hatshepsut, removed here, removed here. She's removed here from this purification scene. Goes all the way up to the ceilings. They brought in scaffolding to remove her everywhere that they could. What I don't understand is what it was that this woman did that was so wrong and horrible that they had to actually remove her image, remove her names, make sure that she ceased to exist in that Karnak temple space. And the thing is, this is not just in this room, it's not just in Karnak temple, it's in the entire Theban region, it's in all of Egypt. The images of Hatshepsut as king had to be removed.
The search begins at Karnak Temple, one of the largest religious complexes in the world. Vast portions of it were built by Hatshepsut herself during a 22-year reign in the 15th century BC. As pharaoh, Hatshepsut ushered in a time of prosperity for Egypt. And the new prosperity took visible shape in the massive building projects of the age. From Luxor to the Valley of the Kings, and just across the mountains from there is one of the ancient world's great feats of design and engineering. Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari.
Hatshepsut's building program was extraordinary. She built at Karnak temple significant amounts. She built at Luxor temple. She may have actually founded that temple. She built here at Deir el-Bahari, one of the most grand structures to still survive in ancient Egypt. When a pharaoh's building program is large, and extensive. That means that their reign is successful and prosperous. She's showing in stone, I'm capable of doing this. I can bring prosperity to my country.
Assalamu alaikum.
Kara is on her way to meet Dr. Zbigniew Zawranski. He and his team from Poland have been working to restore Deir el-Bahari for the past 20 years. In that time, he has felt his bond with Hatshepsut grow.
Strong woman, first of all, beautiful woman. I like her. And I know that she's very, she wants to keep us as long as possible. She wants to possess us, I may say.
If Hatshepsut seems to be still alive for Zawranski, it may be because her life is written in these walls.
So paint is preserved so well. It just pops. It's beautiful.
There is no question that Hatshepsut was image conscious. She recorded her achievements in pictures, including one of the great early expeditions to the fabled land of Punt. Scholars are divided on exactly where Punt was, though most believe it was on the Red Sea, perhaps near modern Sudan or Eritrea. Wherever it was, Hatshepsut's expedition brought back exotic animals, gold, and one of the most prized commodities in ancient Egypt, myrrh, from which they made incense.
And here's the incense here, drawn as little balls. And incense is so important for the ancient Egyptians because they used it to chew if their breath was bad and they had bad hygiene. They used it for in the temples to create a sweet smell for the god, and they also used it for mummification.
The images are vividly realistic, even though the queen never visited Punt herself.
She's even giving us the details of the fish. She's trying to show us these are Red Sea fish. They're not Nile fish. I was really there. I really went to Punt on this long journey.
It was a big demonstration, big propaganda.
It's a giant billboard to show her power to her people, to show the prosperity of her reign.
She wanted to say, I'm really somebody. You see what I've done?
Deir el-Bahari was the public face of the pharaohs. The hallmark of Hatshepsut's reign was her ambitious construction program, among the most magnificent in Egyptian history. At her side during all this building was the architect, Senenmut. He was a commoner, but he was also a government official and the tutor of her daughter, Neferure. Senenmut was the architect of Hatshepsut's greatest projects. They've come up with a significant find. The temple complex, covering 5 square kilometers, was once dominated by 6 of Hatshepsut's obelisks. Today, only one remains, the tallest in all of Egypt. Originally, a giant wall surrounded it, but that is long gone.
Form of Judaism. I don't know if he's Reform, Reconstructionist, Conservative, or Orthodox, or whatever else there may be. But it will be rare to me not to go to a bar mitzvah and not hear the rabbi mentioning the commitment to the Jewish people and to Israel. If, in fact, that rabbi is, unless the rabbi is anti-Israel.
Yes, I think there are a number of things that must be made clear, and the level of misstatements in this are also quite clear. You just repeated, as appeared in the transcript, the statement that the bar mitzvah boy picks out his selection for the morning. But it's rather common knowledge and Jewish practice of centuries that there is a set cycle of the reading of the Torah and the Haftorah, and bar mitzvah children under no circumstances are in a position to pick and choose their Torah portions. Their portions are part of the set calendar prescription of which portions of the Torah progressively are to be read on a given Shabbat, a Saturday morning, so that even on this factual level, there's a disturbing lack of accuracy in your presentation.
Wait, European Jews don't run Judaism. You don't make Judaism. Among the Palashas, among the Jews from Kashim Jews, we pick. You see, Judaism will run by you. You don't set the standard for Judaism.
The temple of the Holy of Holies, the temple of the Holy of Holies is this particular temple. Now you got to get a real good picture, and I'm going to put this on the back because I don't want nothing sharing the space with this. This is just like the womb. And this is the one side of the, you go through this temple. Now this is a smaller temple of Apit. It's at Karnak. And at Karnak, at this particular smaller temple of the Holy of Holies, there's the temple of Apit, and there's a womb. That particular womb, you have, this is the doorway. That's like going back up into the womb. That's also that stargate that the white man is not talking about in this movie. That outer doorway, the black hole. And in here sets a statue of the temple of Apit. You can't see it, of the hippopotamus goddess. And this is actually a picture of the womb. The Holy of Holies are the Sanctum Sanctorium. Now, very key.
Can I ask you a couple
questions? Yeah, ask me a couple of questions.
Now, I've been to temples. I want you to tell us why the Holy of Holies was so holy and only the priest could go in, and how that relates to the Holy of Holies within the Bible. I mean, is this where the Bible?
Yeah. The Bible is talking about that, but also the Holy of Holies is the deeper region of your mind called the black dot, which is that. See, you have the law of correspondence. You're going to get a book called the Holy Kabbalion by the 3 initiates, which was taken out of the Hermes Trismegistus material, which is the actual material of Tahuti. And in that Holy of Holies, you're going to find out, in that particular book, the Kabbalion, you're going to find out about the laws of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. As on top, so up under. Those are the laws of correspondence, and everything in the universe corresponds. So even though this is an outer temple of the outside of a man-made structure that is explaining the womb, that's also, the vagina is also a sacred part of that womb also. And also another form of correspondence of the Holy of Holies is going back into the deepest regions of your subconscious, the melanin sphere. That is an outer gateway to the other form of the universe. That's the Stargate that the white boys is talking about in the movie Stargate. Now, this particular Holy Holies is representing the womb. Man must be born again. Now, there's several reasons. The average Christian to say, I'm born again, that is a ceremony that really has nothing to do with being born again. The real symbol of being born again is coming from your old self to your higher consciousness. And the way you go through your higher consciousness, you got to go through the Stargate, the black hole. The rebirth of the womb, going back in the womb and being reborn again. So it's also not, so because you can't go back up in that womb only with the penis, even that's a part of sexual tantra, that's a spiritual part of raising yourself up to Christhood. Don't get me wrong. The homosexuals in the Bible turned that around and made that negative. But the other womb is the black dot, which is called the Amenta in the Book of the Dead, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, in the Mysteries of Amenta, which is talking about the deepest regions of the subconscious. Also, there's a mentor in the subterranean worlds under the subterranean worlds under the earth. There's a whole hollow earth, and that's the Amenta. That's the white boy, what he called that hell. Hell is the deepest regions of your mind, and based on whether you got the black dot or not, rather, and makes it as whether you in hell or not. But the hell that we're talking about is this particular third dimension, and we live in hell.
Everybody in this rap world, all they talking about is money. Right? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I'm the richest nigga in the game, because Fresh Prince, all these, a lot of niggas with money. But I'm saying it's like, it's not the money that I'm bragging about. When people see me with the jewels, it's not that. It's for these, yes, it's for these little niggas to see. You just see me in cuffs, shot up in a wheelchair with my head wrapped up. And you see me less than a fucking year later bailing through this motherfucking jewel down like Saka Zulu. The day I stepped out, that's power. I want these little niggas to see that. I didn't get that power from guns because there's no guns in jail. I got that power from books and from thinking and by strategizing. That's what I want little niggas to see. I don't bang for the color or the land. I bang for the principles and for the honor. I'm banging for the West Side. This is in my heart. This is how I feel, not West Side, California. This is where I'm from. It's basic like that, but it's really deep, like West Side. You know what I mean? When I be throwing at the W, it ain't for California. I love California, but the W is for this the east side, this the west side, this the middle America, and we divided. And that's why I throw this up. We at war right now. W for war. You understand? And when we all get together, when the East Coast and the West Coast and the Middle America get together, we got power. Right. And that's when I won't throw it up no more. When we all together, they only see me doing like this. And that's when we closer to Armageddon. But we ain't there. We still all separate in tribes, so I know what tribe I'm in. I'm in this shit for the honor and the respect. That's why this shit feels so good. Yeah, it's for the balance, but to be a family, to be known as something, to get this dark cloud off of us as a race. I want to just some kind of sunshine, some kind of exceptional deed. When Malcolm was alive, writers used to do shit like that. Right. And then when he died, that same nigga will be talking about, he interviewed me, and he'll be writing a book about my life, and it'll be the whole, and I just don't like that. Support me. If you don't understand me, just don't write about it. I don't try to darken my shine. I'm gonna always shine through. They can lie about my words, they always gonna ring true. You know what I mean? Because it's my essence. It's in my essence. And that's what's gonna always come through. And I feel like that's true about me. Like now people be like, he's blasphemy. He's saying black Jesus, that's blasphemy. Or he's acting like he's elitist. He's like the Muslims. Or he's like a 5%er. It's nothing like that. It's only to get out. I feel like our future is our confidence and self-esteem. All this rape and gangbanging and killing and 30 niggas fucking one girl, they all come from a low self-esteem and no confidence. As soon as we get our confidence, because I don't think like that. I don't think, let me fuck 30 bitches. I don't even think like I want to be in a room when other niggas is fucking a bitch now. I don't think like that no more. And not because of jail. But because of my confidence is there, my self-esteem, my self-respect. You know, I don't need that. But in the ghetto, that's the type of shit that we're taught. It's like in the army, you taught to kill, so you kill. You know what I mean? We taught that. My older niggas, we taught that. That the only thing we good for is our sexuality. Now I use that to make money, but I enforce my strength, my mind strength. That's what's more important to me now. The niggas see that this is not no accident. I plotted every single step from this to this. You know what I mean? Everything was plotted. You know what I thought when I was in jail? What fucked me up, what turned me like this, is I was like, no politicians is even getting at us. Even though I represent 5 million fucking cells. And no politicians even checking for it. They're not even sending us nothing, trying to make us, they're not even thinking of it. And in business, you know, if you want to fuck with somebody, you know, you try to, they're not even looking at us like that. That means we ain't a threat. But by the next election, I promise, by the next election, I promise, I'm going to be sitting across from all the candidates. I bet you. You know how I be making it? I promise you. I'm not even gonna be, I'm gonna be so far from where I am now in 4 years. God willing, I'm alive. It's on. I guarantee you, we will have our own political party. And it won't be just for black people. It's gonna be for Mexicans. It's gonna be for Mexicans. It's gonna be for black people. It's gonna be for Armenians. I don't give a fuck. All you lost tribe motherfuckers right now, we need to have our own political party because we all have the same motherfucking problem. We built this nation and we get none of the benefits.
You know what I noticed about these temples? They've been worked and reworked over.
Right, so they were different period.
And each period they did their own thing on it.
Somebody came and either occupied, so continued. That only the western part of Africa we could relate to. We've been trained that way by the school system, by the churches, by the synagogues, the mosques, and everything, that we had nothing to do with this part of the world.
And that's been the mission of your life, to correct that.
Is to show it. What we are looking here is a dramatization of the story of Horus revenging the murder of his father by his uncle, Set Typhon.
And what do we have over here?
He turns up the animal, Hippopotamus, but it continues the struggle. You see with the different gods and goddesses in the story. They're assisting him because remember, they're killing the evil god.
This was a treacherous murder.
It's a treacherous murder. He had killed his uncle 2 times. This is the second time. First he hanged his uncle. The second time he had hanged him again, but cut him up into 2 pieces. 14 pieces. The one piece that was missing because it had been eaten by the Nile catfish, but that we will see elsewhere. Here, they're being greeted. See the ladies hitting the tambourine? is greeted coming in here, and he has already killed Horus.
Now here, over here to the left,
is the hippopotamus.
Much bigger now.
Much bigger. And here, but one thing I want to bring to your attention, he kills him with a harpoon.
Yes.
Yet they told us in school that the Swedes invented the harpoon. They know Sweden when this story is. They know Sweden when they made this temple. And yet we have a harpoon. So somebody had a harpoon long before the Swedes had it.
Hathor, is that correct?
Yes.
All in there. All of these faces.
All of the column heads is Hathor.
In order to hack away and chisel away all of this work, those who did it had to erect scaffolding.
Most of them erected ladders because scaffolding, they didn't have as much material, but they had little scaffolding, but most of it was done with ladders.
The point I'm trying to make is that it took a lot of effort.
Oh, yes.
To really do such damage to this magnificent temple.
The time they took to do this, they could have built their own building. The point is that they condemned this building, they destroyed the things in there, and then used the building. They called the building pagan, and the people pagan, and heathen, and all that. But they used the same building that they condemn as pagan.
Well, you can't show MGM movies in a Paramount building.
They take some water and call it holy water, sprinkle it around, say a few prayers, and that make the pagan building become a good Christian building.
Okay. This is what, some sort of a...
This is a chapel, a small chapel. And as a matter of fact, it's a chapel of Goddess Nut.
How do you spell that?
N-U-T. Pronounced Nut. Some people write it N-O-U-T.
And what is the significance of this? The ceiling?
If you look, you would notice Goddess Nut's head here, her hands hanging down there, her body comes this way, her foot goes down, and then you see the sun, God Ra, comes as the sun with all its rays, and the rays coming from her, the sun comes out of her vagina, and the rays go over Goddess Hathor. Hathor holding the tree of life, and her head is staying on a mountain. Then you see the sun going back in the night as the moon and going back through her body. She takes it back through her mouth. It goes again around her body and comes out through her vagina constantly, because the wall never ends.
The whole cycle of life then?
Yes, sir. Wall never ends.
Revolves around the female?
Yes. Out now.
Oh boy. You're on the top of this temple now. And what is this?
This is a sundial. It was made for the room to tell time.
How does it work? Do you know?
Well, the sun cast a shadow in here, and they had a compass with the time of the world, and the sun would, as it moves up to the fulcrum, it would cast a shadow, and they could tell what time of the day it was.
So all of that is long gone.
Yes.
How did you know then that it was this?
Well, it was here, and we know, seen it in other temples, and know what this is.
I see.
And you notice by the way the faces of Hathor is all gone again.
I can tell by the cow ears, but again, it's all the face.
And the hair. Egypt is the mother of the Western world civilization. It didn't start here. It started where Hinofa said at the beginning of the Nile, but it reached its zenith here. The whole world must look to Egypt. The entire world, bar not a single country. Every high culture must come here for the beginning of what they are. I don't care if it's Jewish, if you're Christian, or you're Muslim, if you're Greek, or you're Roman, you must come here. Here is where it started, along the Nile, and here it reaches zenith. If you're talking about Avram, Abraham, you're talking about Moses, they were here. Moses, they said, was born here in a place called Goshen. Abraham came here and received his education. He had no education before he came here. All of them came here. The whole thing about the 10 Commandments came out of the 42 negative confessions.
Dr. Ben is teaching reverse racism.
They call it what they want. I don't mind what they call it. The fact is, if a teacher come here and prove me wrong, I'll go anywhere they got and show them what they wrote, where it came from, and carry them to where it comes for them to see it. The point is, my evidence still exists. They can't show me Adam and Eve, but I could show them Osiris.
And set out across the Nile for the Valley of the Kings on the west bank. We passed through a small village and got a different kind of visual treat. It was market day. We got a chance to look at the everyday folk of today's Egypt. But our business was history.
Now, where are we now?
That is the colonnade with statues. Every one of those statues is a finger of Ramesses III. And you notice he used the same method of presenting himself and his sons as Ramesses II did.
This is huge.
Yes.
This is just...
It's colossal. Colossal. And when you consider, it goes all the way back
now,
in the
on the right here, on this wall, which is just off this huge courtyard, the faces look, they don't look African on the right here.
Those are Asian people.
Are these the invaders?
These are the invaders. As a matter of fact...
And they're bearing arms.
Yeah, but they're not the invaders in this particular case because Ramesses went to Asia and fought them. They had invaded before. They're forced back, and now Ramesses pursued them, so that they are fighting now on Asian territory.
All right, but now as you move further to the left, you see that they're actually meeting in combat here.
But then
has a sword.
You notice that the distinct difference in features.
Well, as you move to the left, yes.
Right. You then see where the two combatants meet together. You see one is an Asian and one is an African. You see African with long pleated hair. You notice the face, the facial,
lips and
the nose and the lips, so you got no doubt.
Yeah. And they're wrestling there?
And they're wrestling, they're fighting. But some are falling, others are standing up. The battle is going on. The Africans fighting for Egypt and the Asians fighting for Persia.
What is the significance of looking at this?
The significance for me in this particular case is to show that there were Africans and the Egyptians were fighting as Africans, and they fought
of a
people as
statue of
Asians.
Ramesses II, which weighed over 100,000 tons intact. We also saw workmen who were working to restore this funerary temple site. This funerary temple was where Ramesses II's corpse was prepared for burial. And Dr. Ben also showed us some Roman arches that weren't built by Romans.
Those are archways for the granary. When the Pharaoh Ramesses II had his complex, for the men who were working here, they had a granary where they could store their food and everything.
What is the significance of looking at this?
The significance is looking at it to see that in architectural and art school today, they teach that these arches are Roman arches and are Greek arches. And these arches existed before there was a Rome or a Greece. Ramesses died in 1232 BC, and Rome or Greece wasn't built until at least 1000 BC.
And then Dr. Ben threw us a curve. In the Valley of the Kings, he showed us a temple for a queen.
Now, Queen Hatshepsut is one of the few women who were pharaohs.
The only woman who ruled as a pharaoh.
Other women rule as queen, but she's the only woman to rule as a queen and a king simultaneously. She claimed she was not born of an ordinary person, but she was the daughter of a god and a goddess. And that gave her the right to rule as a king and as a queen.
What god did she worship? Did she recognize Ra?
Yes, Amun-Ra, everyone. The only person who did not worship Ra, per se, was Akhenaten, but everybody did. Amun-Ra, she said, was her father.
One of the wonders of this temple of Hatshepsut is where it was selected, because it's in sort of a cove, isn't it?
It is right up against the mountain. If you went inside, you will find that it goes into the mountain. This is the hypostyle hall of the chapel. The chapel is in that door where you can't go in. You used to be able to go in, but you can't go in anymore.
So all of this was enclosed at one time?
Oh, yes.
It had a ceiling?
Oh, yes, and had a ceiling. It's like a hypostyle hall.
I see.
And you notice the ramp up. It ramps up.
Yes, yes, yes.
It goes high. It goes high up to the...
High up. It went right in there.
Right. It
We
go up
can't
higher.
get in there now.
No. And behind that door was the signature of her architect. To the right, to the left there, which you will see. And then in every one of these columns, you see the Hathoric head, and all four sides.
Who is this up here?
Where?
On the next level.
That's her husband, Thutmose II.
That's Thutmose.
You see, her father, you got to know a little history about her, how great she was. When the Hyksos were here, that's the first foreign conquerors of Egypt.
She stood up to them?
They came from Asia, around the Oxus River. They came and destroyed the 13th dynasty and started the 14th. By the time of the 17th dynasty, people here, kings from here, a man by the name of Amus I, got mad and organized the forces against the Hyksos.
To drive them out.
To drive them out. He got killed on the battlefield, and his son, Thutmose I, took over.
Continued the fight.
Continued the struggle. He got killed on the battlefield. His daughter, who took after him, took over above the second because he was too young. She took over the battle and pursued the Hyksos.
That daughter would be Hatshepsut.
Makari Hatshepsut.
She was a rough lady.
She was a strong woman. She brought women in the government in certain positions, but she did not allow women to interfere with the priesthood, to go into the priesthood. They developed their own system called the priestess, but they were not allowed to participate with the men. Yes. A Nubian queen. Plus the fact, Gil, she started what is today called women's liberation. Oh yeah, brother. Today we call women's liberation movement. She had done it thousands of years before.
Perhaps the best known of which is the all but vacant tomb of Tutankhamun. Best known because the boy pharaoh's tomb was discovered intact in the early 1900s. Egyptians working under an Englishman named Howard Carter came, quite by accident, upon a few steps leading downward, this in November of 1922. Carter was contacted and he ordered the digging to continue. They found the tomb of King Tut, a sensational find. The treasures of this tomb were brought out into daylight for the first time in thousands of years. Works of solid gold, alabaster, and other precious minerals, fashioned into exquisite works, intended not for the eyes of the living, but to accompany the young king on his journey to the afterlife. Then Dr. Ben and I took a look at the tomb of Ramesses IV.
If you look at the ceiling, Gil, you see there are different examples from the papyrus, the very papyri you see like the Papyrus of Ani and so forth. On the wall, quotations from the various holy books. Goddess Ma'at to recite the 42 admonitions to her, otherwise called the negative confessions.
From which came?
From which came 10 of them is called the 10 Commandments. Moses is supposed to have gotten it on Mount Sinai, but I don't know how he could get that when it was already been taught to everyone in Egypt at the education center at Luxor. Luxor was then called Wat Set. The Greeks came and changed that name to Thebes. The Arabs came and changed it to Luxor.
What we're not looking at, though, is the architectural achievement. This passageway and this whole tomb is cut into the side of a mountain.
It's cut into the side of a mountain, and then it is smoothed, then it is carved, and then painted into the beautiful colors you see here.
Wait, they had to know what they were doing as far as tolerance?
They are the architects and engineers. This wasn't haphazard guesswork.
And what is this, what is this, the tomb actual?
Sarcophagus, and where the body was put into, hermetically sealed. That's the big one, and there was a smaller one inside of that big one. So plus the wrappings that the body was in, and kept the body for thousands of years.
And this is the tomb of Ramesses IV.
Ramesses IV, one of the Ramesside kings.
The Valley of the Kings looks down on a flatlands area that is almost level with the Nile River. And in this area stands the huge colossus of the pharaoh Amenhotep III. This pharaoh sired a son who would have a major impact on the religious concepts of succeeding civilizations, because this son, Amenhotep IV, also known as Akhenaten, formulated the concept of one supreme god, known as monotheism. These gigantic colossus were carved out of a single piece of sandstone. Dr. Ben and his accompanying guide talked to me about these colossus.
Why are these colossus so far away from the Valley of the Kings?
Yes, they were in front of the temple, the funerary temple. At that time, being 18th dynasty, they have been constructed temples so far to mislead the grave robbers.
Tell me something. Do you ever have the feeling that they haven't found all the tombs?
They found the 62 of one period, but there are other pharaohs missing of other periods.
And nobody knows where they're buried?
No, they could be anywhere in Egypt, because...
digging in Egypt by luck, by chance, like Howard Carter has been discovered, King Tut by luck.
But sheer luck. As a matter of fact, it was Sheikh Abdul Rahman, his father, was the one that found the tomb. And Howard Carter get the credit.
The credit, yes.
Is it true what they're saying, that Howard Carter turned out to be a grave robber himself?
All of them.
That he kept some of it for himself?
All of them kept for themselves. And they sold to museums, and they kept for themselves, and they sold to museums. But they blamed the people who were equally robbing the tombs. But when they robbed the tombs, they didn't keep the monument, the artifacts to themselves. Somebody got it, and they don't have it, so somebody got it.
Dr. Ben told us that most tombs and funerary temples, where the bodies are readied for burial, were located on the west bank of the Nile because the sun sets in the west. On the east bank were the temples of worship for the living, such as those directly opposite the Valley of the Kings, one of which is the largest worship temple ever built.
This is the cemetery of El Kuru. Here the black pharaohs were buried over 2,500 years ago. However, many graves have since been ransacked by tomb raiders.
How did they dig into the pyramids?
They start the people looking at for the treasures on the top of the pyramids.
Yes.
And then they digged all the pyramid and they found the top of the tomb. like this here, if you can see.
Yes.
They open it from the top.
And they found they were in the burial chamber.
Yes. They discovered that there is a door bringing to outside.
So then they started
Then
to
they
look...
start to dig in a correct way.
Despite the vandalism, the most impressive tomb is that of Queen Kalhata, mother of the last Nubian pharaoh.
Staircase.
Careful.
The great big step. So this ceiling is very beautiful and blue. And here, Musab, is this where the body would have been put down, on here?
Yes, so here it should be in this point exactly.
Can we go on to it? Can we step on it now? And this is the picture of her body lying, as it would be,
Yes.
wrapped in her funeral clothes.
Yes, and she's dying. You see here the bed, the shape of the lion.
Yes.
And all the tools of the war under, because our queens, they were a warrior queen.
Right. So these are weapons?
Yeah, yes.
Daggers,
Arrow.
spears, arrows. The Nubians were good with arrows, weren't they?
Yes.
They were great archers, I think.
I'm famous of this.
Yes. How fantastic. Look at that bow. That's wonderful. But here, on this side, now this is wonderful. I'm going to get down and look at this because she's turned around. She seems to have come back to life.
Yes, after smelling Ankh.
After smelling the Ankh, so that's the key of life there, with the crisscross and that loop there. He's giving it to her to smell. Here's the god. And here she's woken and turned around, and she's lying up on her stomach, feeling better already. Only 1,000 people a year come here. It's not very many, is it? I hope it stays like this. I'd hate it to get any grander. I'd hate it that we couldn't film or stand up close to the walls. I'd hate it that we didn't have Ali with his key to unlock it. I'd hate it that the steps would get worn down. But I wouldn't hate it to be a little bit cooler.